Hello and welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends brought to you by Stream Raiders. I'm your host, Casanova, and joining me, as always, is the Blevins. Blevins, are you ready for battle?
I am ready for battle. I know Jax isn't quite in LOR yet, but it's the same voice actor as Draven, so you know what you know what you're getting.
I had to see if you had
that voice actor is
deck.
me, by the way.
Yeah, of course. But before we jump too far into things, before we get it off the rails completely, let's go ahead and break down the format for what Fight Night Legends is.
Yeah, we'll rein it in for a little bit before we go completely off. But of course, we're not going completely off when it comes to the format. Same old double elim with 8 invited players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. Players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap and no bans. And to win, a player needs to win with both of their decks. And the players are playing for their share of that sweet $200 prize pool, Casa. Let's take a look at the players that we're going to have playing tonight.
Yeah, we got quite the banger today. We got a Rigby going up against Shotox. We got Jason Florent going up against Drizzoth, Floppy Mudkip versus Seku, and Void versus Monte Cristo. Quite a few wobbly wombats in this lobby, and we'll see if one of them can wobble their way to victory today. But to kick things off, we're going to be taking the match between a Rigby and Shotox. A Rigby, of course, previous seasonal champion, but also the previous Fight Night champion coming back, trying to defend his title. Going to be going up against Shotox in round 1, and a couple of interesting lineups for us here today, Blev.
Yeah, definitely a few interesting ones. Rigby, is not beholden to the meta whatsoever, as we've seen in the seasonal as well as in their Fight Night run. And today is, they are running decks that are in the meta, the greater meta, though. We were talking about this before, Casa. There's 11 different archetypes represented in today's Fight Night. So anyone who says this is stale meta, just get out of here, because you don't know what you're talking about. But a Rigby, brought a couple of decks here that you may have seen the archetype represented, the Spectral Matron, Cythria Lady of Clouds deck, as well as Azir Burn, but they're both very different in terms of the actual builds. The Shyvana Spectral Matron, Cythria Lady of Clouds deck has some familiar parts, but is actually constructed in a pretty interesting way.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool build of the list, straying away from a lot of the ways to cheat out your Spectral Matron early. We don't see any Oblivious Islanders or Mobilizes included. Just going to be playing straight to the point, waiting for that turn 8 to actually get that off, as we're going to finally see that here on your screen. Even things like Dragon Chow and Egghead Researcher finding additional dragons, kind of bringing that into the fold instead of the package from Shadow Isles in order to cast your Spectral Matron earlier.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Dragon Chow be pretty normal these days in this archetype, but the Hapless Aristocrat, Egghead Researcher, those are ones that you don't necessarily always see. Laurent Protege has started to make its way in. We've seen versions with Mask Mother, as well as Lifesteal Squid. Scourge, Darkwater Scourge, none of those present. So definitely a fairer version, or at least as fair as a 2-card double the power of your entire board combo can be.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this deck continues to perform, because we saw one version of it last week. It did pretty damn well, but since then we were wondering if it was going to be a one-off, and it absolutely has not been a one-off. This is it's coming back. We saw it earlier today in Europe, and then multiple times here. Also, guides being written for it on the Reddits. A lot of SEA players really liking it. Yeah. But there's also some interesting lists on the side of Shotox. We have Draven Riven is one of them, but also it's going to be Ezreal Gangplank, which really we haven't seen much of this at all. I mean, we haven't seen it on Fight Night yet. This is Monster Harpoon, maybe giving some inspiration to a new version of Bilgewater Ezreal.
We also see the newly minted 8-cost Dreadway as well. So,
true.
The last time we saw, I mean, it was usually Ezreal TF, not always or not commonly Ezreal Gangplank. I know Gangplank would sometimes make its way into that those lists, but we're not seeing. There's no Riptide Rex. We're instead seeing the Dreadway, and really just a good old fashioned control deck. Sort of tempo control deck with Ezreal and Gangplank. So definitely a different take on a meta deck right now, and it is really just showing the variety of different angles that you can go to in this current meta. The other one, of course, you mentioned was that Draven Riven, which is a spicy banger.
Absolutely. Very spicy list coming from Shotox with this second one. Featuring Swole Squirrel Blevins. I don't know if we've had a Swole Squirrel on a fight night yet, but I'm excited to see it. I really love Flurry of Fists. I think this card's really awesome. And instead of this is going in the direction of Overwhelm on top of the double strike. Recently, I've been playing and I've been seeing a little bit of experimentation with Flurry of Fists alongside Syncopation, but this is not that. This is the old school. This is the Kato the Arm, the Might, getting those overwhelms in and using the Flurry of Fists to punch it home.
Yeah, this one is a deck, not this specific build. I have not seen the Swole Squirrel version or the Dragon's Rages either, but the Draven Riven sort of Overwhelm Flurry of Fist package, that deck actually made a little bit of a run on the ladder last season. I don't recall which Rioter it was, but there was a Rioter that was pretty high ladder, like had a few hundred LP, and they played exclusively Draven Riven. And, I played around with it. I know Swim was running a version of it as well on stream. And it's a very powerful deck. And we're kind of seeing that be the case right now in the LoR meta. There's a lot of very powerful decks doing powerful things. Now, that power can get countered. There are certain decks that have, pretty wildly bad matchups into others. But at the end of the day, the decks are putting forth a very powerful strategy and saying, hey, do you have a counter for this? Or are we just going to be throwing haymakers and seeing who ends up standing after the fight?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm excited to see though, because it feels like this Draven Riven is going to have to get aggressive early if it's going to stand a chance against Azir Burn and Cytheria, like biggest Sith coming out. You actually have to kill before those start to come down from the Spectral Matron turns, or else you're going to run into trouble. So we'll see how well Shotox is able to get the combos online, how early that's able to happen, trying to find those kills around that turn 8 pain point, and kind of get around the win condition that a Rigby has with this Cytheria Lady of Clouds.
Well, here's the other thing. It is really hard to survive with the combo from Rigby here. Matron into Cytheria. In and of itself, just those two cards put 22 power worth of units onto the board. One of which has Fearsome, both of which will have Challenger. So definitely there can be some board states where you just lose on the spot. And if not, your board is generally completely devastated. And a card like Radiant Guardian is definitely going to help a Rigby get to that spot. And there are other roadblocks along the way that are going to make it that much more tough for Shotox to actually get through and deal the full 20.
Absolutely. He's going to have to find his way and navigate through that. You see a Rigby pick up a couple of these Dragon Guard lieutenants and try and get some early game protection for himself as well. Just going to play it slow on this attack turn, it seems like, maybe considering banking mana. See Rigby just determining what the thought process is, but it's just going to be a pass, setting himself up for a Shyvana on turn 4 with potential cast additional spells along that. Obviously, passing on turn 3 with no spell mana is always going to be a viable option just to save that up. And we have Shotox going to try and mount an offensive pretty soon here. So we do have Keen Blade down, just trying to set up for building the blade, and to make it so he can't actually block.
Yeah, I mean, Rigby's still likely going to take this block, but not going to actually kill the 3-1 here. Rigby did have the opportunity to play a Dragon Guard Lieutenant last turn and trade for one of these units, but Rigby knows that these little units, yes, they can get chip damage, but they don't really matter, right? Basically, Draven is public enemy number 1 with a pretty distant second being Riven. Riven, of course, does do a lot, but Draven is the real tough one. Already has quick attack built in, shenanigans with the axes, turning on survival skills, all of that. So at the end of the day, these other little units don't really matter, and Rigby can stand to take a little bit of damage because the Radiant Guardian is going to come back, sort of leveled up and gain some of that life back later in the game.
Yeah, I'm curious if we end up seeing Shotox go for a block here, or if he just lets this come through, trying to deny Radiant Guardian because it is turn 5. I think that's really the consideration is like, do I want to pump something and kill the Shyvana, or do I want to play around Radiant Guardian and potentially set up for some kind of big attack on the next turn? There's a lot of buffs. There's a lot of pump in hand available for Shotox, but not quite really enough to push himself to that 18 damage point that he needs. And Rigby's just going to go for a glimpse saying, hey, you won't turn on my Radiant Guardian, but I will do it myself. And should be able to just play this down and get that established. I think there's not much reason to hold it back for a long time. Feels like, especially with going for the Glimpse Beyond, I couldn't imagine that wouldn't be the line.
There's not a ton to be afraid of on the side of Rigby here. I mean, of course, the Dragon's Rages are there and are going to kind of punish Rigby. I mean, punish is maybe a strong word because it's not going to actually kill the Radiant Guardian. It's just going to put it back in hand and do a little bit of damage. Okay. Elixir. Okay, with the Elixir,
yeah, I like
kill.
this.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that Rigby is tapped down to a single mana, so just push 6 to the face and clear a Radiant Guardian. I think this line is really solid for Shotox. It's a way to utilize these kind of clunkier Dragon's Rages that you have in hand without any opportunity for it to be punished. I think that's a really solid use of this card. He's got an additional one in hand already. And now he's found Draven's biggest fan, so I know you were talking about that Draven being such an important aspect of the game plan. Potential for that to be picked up.
Yeah, Draven can come out, and Draven really turns on a decent amount of this hand. I mean, the survival skills right now are kind of dead. I think I've probably played maybe close to 50 games with decks with survival skills in it, and I can recall casting the survival skills one time ever.
Yeah, this is going to get punished. Of course, going for the might to try and trade with Shyvana. Yep. Rigby has second vial. It's going to be able to clear away both of these. Takes 2. Just going to be hanging out at 12. No threats on the board. The ability to start establishing a board of their own as well. And Shotox now going to go to that Draven, which again, you've been harping on. The Draven is that big pickup, and we see double survival skills already in hand.
Right. The issue, of course, is that Rigby's still at 12. There's one might. And I guess the Dragon's Rage is also powerful, but there's just it's just a little short here in terms of Shotox actually being able to put forth something that's really scary. Now, is there ever a world where Shotox just hard cast the survival skills just for 2 blockers here? Probably not, but
I mean, hard casting survival skills in general, I don't think is something that's bad to do.
I've done it one time ever.
I'm just wondering if this is the spot for it. I remember there was a specific line in this seasonal that Raptor brought survival skills in Riven that he had hard casted. I mean, there are times where you would want to hard cast survival skills. It just feels like when your board is only 2/2s, starts to become a more difficult decision on whether or not you actually want to do that. Like you mentioned, it would give you 2 blockers that will still be sticking around, but At this point, you kind of want that Reforge to happen to buff up your Draven, so you don't even want this Blade Squire to survive anymore.
Rigby might not even see the value in attacking here. Now, this is an interesting pass because it does make sense, because basically every turn closer to 8 or 10 is going to be better for a Rigby than it is for Shotox in general. That being said...
Well, where's Matron? There it is. Yep. Stalking Shadows was one of the best cards he could have picked up. Gives him a couple more looks at the Matron. And he finds 2 of them. I mean, that's going to make it pretty hard for Shotox. He just has to set up this Draven still. I mean, he's got the kick. He's got the overwhelm. There's some opportunity to find a victory, but it is waning.
Yeah, and it does not work like Lee Sin, because Dragon's Rage is a slow spell, so you can't do it during combat like you can with Lee Sin. It's a very slow Lee Sin. And the problem is that there's no burn in this deck, so Shotox really needs to put forth a scary attack. I mean, Rigby chooses the block. Rigby also could just press OK and be perfectly fine here, I think. Honestly, blocking might be might lead to some scarier scenarios.
It's like a slight misplay to block there, because now, you know, you get the overwhelm buff. Maybe Rigby's like, okay, well, I want to potentially single combat this, and then you end up getting an axe onto a survival skills, and it's heavily in Shotox's favor.
Right. I feel like just pressing OK had to be fine there. You cast the first Matron with Cythria, you cast the real one, and then next turn you get to do it again. You've got like close to 100 power on the board. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think that Rigby's gonna die here. And actually,
going for the Draven level up to set up a survival skills plus Dragon Rage play. Removes the counterplay of actually any single combat onto the Draven.
Sure.
So this Draven, he's got an axe in hand. Wait a minute. Blev, he can axe the survival skills and just hard cast the Dragon's Rage, and there's no counterplay in this deck unless you can kill your own unit. It would have to be a Glimpse Beyond, and already one has been played.
Yeah,
these units are getting too big to actually die to single combating a different target.
Right, unless Shotox chooses one of the ephemeral units. I mean, this is just a misstep from Rigby. Right?
Wait, this game is just over.
Yeah.
Am I missing something? He can
just needs to axe.
Yeah, he just axes survival skills on top of a kick.
Yep.
And as long as it's on like the 24/24, the only thing that survives is Glimpse, and he doesn't have it.
Yeah. And a series of unfortunate plays from a Rigby ended up costing him here. The block in general opened it up. That just doesn't do anything.
Because the units are too big and there's no glimpse. And you can't kill it with the survival skills.
Even if you could, that's a 24/24.
It's too big. Oh my god.
All you can do is hit the GG.
It's gotta be one of the clowniest games we've ever seen.
This is peak Runeterra, and I don't care what anyone says. You will never convince me that this isn't. This is the best Runeterra I think we've ever seen. But yeah, I mean, just on a serious note, a couple of I think just sort of miscalculations from Rigby ended up costing them there. Which, can you really blame them? Who is playing around double Dragon's Rage in that deck? It's the type of thing where, like, especially if you haven't played against that Draven Riven deck a lot, you're kind of just like mildly scared at all times, and you want to play super conservatively. The thing is, having played that deck, I know one of the scariest things is when you actually have to attack and you're not sure if you're going to survive the next turn, your opponent can just press OK and you have no over the top. So unfortunate for a Rigby, but really a sweet play from Shotox, and we're moving into game number 2.
Yeah, we're moving into the next brew coming out of Shotox, the Ezreal Gangplank with the Dreadway, with the Monster Harpoons. And, you know, he's bringing out the ship. He's bringing out the armies. And just as it's time for you to place your armies in Stream Raiders, we finally got one up for everybody. We're going to go on in and place your units. Join us on the battlefield.
Let's do it. I know I'm getting in there and firing off on cooldown, so you should be as well.
All right, and kicking things off, we got the Jagged Butcher going down. Just going to be utilizing one of these spiders, trying to block as much as possible. Trying to prevent the plunders on the side of Shotox. Prevent the Gangplank level up. And utilizing, I mean, the thing that I've always loved about PNZ Bilge Ezreal decks is just that they are more tempo oriented than they are control decks. Now, this version, I would argue, is more controlling than really we've ever seen out of PNZ Bilge, as far when specifically discussing Ezreal variants. However, it's still pretty tempo heavy. There's still a lot of tempo available in this deck. I even think that Monster Harpoon, as long as you're able to establish ways to plunder easily, can generate a lot of tempo by spending only 3 mana to deal with much larger threats against plenty of deck lists. So this will be cool to see. It's one of the few Ezreal decks that you pretty much always will see a turn 3 Ezreal, unless the matchup is just like completely terrible for it, which is always fun. Actually making use of the Nexus Strike more so than using Ezreal as a finisher.
Right. I mean, Ezreal just does double work, right? You can play it as that sort of, like you said, tempo oriented, you know, really board control unit, and also gives you a little bit of extra over the top into the late game, but it also synergizes very well with Gangplank. You know, an I think underappreciated synergy between those two champions is Ezreal is getting procs for Gangplank a ton, potentially on both turns if the level, if Ezreal is leveled. So it'll be interesting. I mean, this is certainly a matchup I have never seen, and it's entirely possible that we'll never see again. These are two relatively wacky decks.
Yeah, I mean, I think it feels like Cithria Matron is here to stay. However, I don't know how much we're going to see GP Ezreal. I don't know if Shotox is going to make everyone believers and start playing GP Ezreal. We've seen it before at Fight Night. Someone brings a deck that absolutely stomps, and then it takes over the meta in the next few weeks. But, I mean, that would be the case if Shotox wins this whole thing with these two lists. Maybe we start seeing more Draven Riven, maybe we start seeing more Ezreal Gangplank. But if this flops, yeah, I think you're right. Maybe it's a matchup we never see again.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, the sort of Ezreal plus other region sort of mid-range control deck, it's always in everyone's minds, right? Like, I always want like Ezreal Aphelios or Ezreal Swain, like that's those decks. They're always like kind of fine, but are they really great is always a tough answer to come by, and we've really only seen a few Ezreal decks really shine over the years. Looks like Shotox's stream did fall there, but don't worry, it looks like he is still online, so we're going to be single-handed here for the rest of this match until Shotox can get back online.
And we knew that he had double Thermo Beam, so Rigby getting this Radiant Guardian down that's going to get beamed straight away. However, he does have the 2 mana left over for the Glimpse Beyond. Going to be able to take a look at a couple more cards. Shotox not going to get that as real trigger, but dealing with the Radiant Guardian is, of course, worth it. You do need to make sure that gets off the board because this is still somewhat of a tempo deck that does rely on some chip damage. Yes, the Dreadway can turn your late game into having a lot more burn. However, it still, wants to be that general non-Karma Ezreal version of Ezreal that does want to chip you down, nickel and dime you throughout the game, and try and find that finisher at the end.
Absolutely. And now we can see, outside of the combo pieces, everything that a Rigby can play is going to get taken down by Monster Harpoon. Granted, there's no plunder yet, but that is soon to change potentially. So if a Rigby, plays a post-combat Shyvana or even a Screeching Dragon, it's just going to get taken down for 3 mana, and that's going to be a huge plus on the side of Shotox.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be huge. Big potential tempo swing. Of course, unfortunately for Shotox, he is down to 2 mana, so that will not be happening on this turn. However, still, we could see this Monster Harpoon reduced quite easily down to 3 mana because the plunder triggers are rather easy for Shotox to come by.
Yep.
Looking at his hand, he's got the elusives, but he also has these Get Excited. So if he does want to just trigger it, instead of spending 6 mana on a Monster Harpoon, he can deal 3 to the face and then Monster Harpoon something, which is still very solid use of the 6 mana.
And outside of the Radiant Guardians, there's really not any life gain for Rigby. So if there's not a Radiant Guardian out, I'm trying to see if there's any other actual life gain at all. There's Vile Feast, but there's not any other way. So Shotox knows, as long as there's not a Radiant Guardian out, there's the damage dealt is the damage dealt, and you can feel pretty all right, at least, playing these Get Exciteds the face.
Yeah, the thing with us hitting turn 8, Matron turn, is Shotox is now like, okay, I gotta deal 12. I gotta find my 12 damage because I am not long for this world as these buffs continue to roll out.
Yeah.
And, well, one way to do that is going to be Dreadway double Get Excited. That is actually just lethal damage currently. And we see the path. So if a Rigby swings, I imagine this is just play Dreadway. Next turn, you go for the double Get Excited.
Yeah, but what if a Rigby just hits you for 20?
Yeah. That is a concern now, isn't it?
It would have to be Monster Harpoon. No, that's...
Wait, is he just dead?
Dead.
Was this a mistake? Was there a little oopsie here?
I think there was an oopsie.
I think
Monster Harpoon plus Get Excited is not enough in a Rigby.
I think an oopsie has occurred.
Well, you trade oopsies. This is round 1 for you. Don't worry. We've seen 2 matches, some weird decks. A double oopsie. It's okay.
Bit of an oopsie. Because, we could have just beamed the Screeching Dragon, right? We had 10 mana. And then
there was a couple of things that could have been done.
Well, you could have just played any unit as well and you would have lived, but...
That was okay. That I guarantee you was okay, so they're going to pull here. The 2/2 is going to pull my keg, and I'm going to take 10. Or I'm going to take 12. Oh, wait, the keg can't block.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
didn't think of that one. It's a surprise Pikachu face kind of moment.
I've done that before, but we're jumping in. It's a game number 3 here, Rigby versus Shotox. And this is a more traditional burn deck, Azir burn. I believe a version of this was the first deck to hit Masters in the Americas from 4LW.
Yeah, it's a 4LW special for sure.
Yeah.
Always some kind of new aggro deck. He was the originator of Pirates, Pirate aggro or Pirate burn as well. This time Azir burn. He's taken the mantle from Bagels and making a new burn deck every expansion. And we appreciate him for it. But we are going to have Azir burn for the first time on Fight Night Americas. But this was a deck I was expecting to see more of, and we only see 1 copy this time. But I do think this is something that will continue to show up now and again for quite some time. I think it's a very strong list.
It's a very strong list, and there's actually a few different ways you can build it. There's actually a version I was running that was that I got from Kavira that was actually running arena battlecasters and oh god, I forget the name of the card. +3/+2 for 3 mana, like instead of fervors and demolitionist, which has really works because people do not play around those cards when you're playing this deck, and they do pretty much the same thing in a lot of cases. So I've really liked those. Like, imagine +3/+2 right now. How good would that be there?
I mean, yeah, +3/+2 definitely going to be good in that spot in
It would have gotten blown
surviving
out by Make It Rain, but let's pretend that they didn't Make It Rain.
Yeah, I mean, so would Fervor, right? So I guess it's no better than Fervor.
True.
There.
Right.
They're both getting blown out by Fervor. It's still going to be a Ruinous Path. That's the benefit of the 1 damage that you get just from the attack effect. But we don't see a Rigby go for that. It's Slay. Never mind.
Slay, yeah.
I'm thinking of Plunder. I'm playing Bilge in my head. I'm like, we're playing Pirate aggro again.
Nope.
I'm like, I said it and I was
here.
like, wait, that is Slay, not Plunder. This is a different mechanic. It's a new expansion.
Yes.
Sometimes we get new things. And we'll see if a Slay comes out for a Rigby at some point to make that Ruinous Path work. Potentially, we'll see a Fervor actually used to kill an Ezreal at some point in this game, and that would do it. Because a lot of the time you can't afford to leave this Ezreal up the entire time. Especially, right, you would see this Mystic Shot onto Demolitionist, and then you would answer with Fervor onto Ezreal because he's such a threat. Problem is, for a Rigby, doesn't have enough mana on this turn to play it with the Ruinous Path. So the Slay not going to work out.
That's fine. The beauty of, cards like Ruinous Path, they're there. They're not going away. So there's going to be multiple, theoretically, there's going to be multiple opportunities to actually play it. And you'll get your 2 damage. You'll get your 2 damage when you do, and you're not too worried about finding it.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm like, yeah, there's really not a spot where you're getting a Slay against this deck anytime soon. I mean, you might get one on this 3/3 with your Ruin Runner, or with your Darius down the line. But yeah, Slay's not that common against this Ezreal list because they are using a lot of spells. And we'll see if a Rigby can find a good opportunity to get that Slay so that the card draw can come with some burn damage. I mean, yes, there's a Slay here, but now there's no units on the board available to be killed.
Yeah, that's kind of a good problem for a Rigby to have. If there's no units on Shotox's side, then, you might not need the Ruinous Path. It would be interesting if a Rigby needed the Ruinous Path to happen and could not find a Slay. It's definitely possible, but I wouldn't put it at likely.
Yeah. Oh, this is there's potential for a pretty large blowout here. We're probably going to see the Darius Slam. I mean, it's turn 6. You're playing Burn. This is
oh yeah,
the Darius Windmill Slam, but the immediate answer would have been a 3 mana Monster Hunter.
Yep. Monster Harpoon really showing its value here, and now we're actually we're gonna see Gangplank. I was expecting to see the zap into still have the 3 mana for Harpoon, but now a Rigby gonna be able to actually attack here, and here's your Slay potentially, Casa, onto the keg with Darius, threatening a good amount of damage.
Yeah, that's really solid. I expect maybe Shotox just plays a full costed Harpoon into Darius, considering the circumstances. I think you can trade 6 mana for 6 mana. You'd Vengeance this Darius, so you might as well
play
this
might as well
instead.
6 mana Vengeance. Oh, and unfortunately for a Rigby, 1 health off. If Shotox was at 13. Oh no, the keg is still there.
The keg would still, but I see what you're going for. Yeah, I mean,
could have leveled Darius.
Close to being able to level Darius outside of Monster
damage.
Range.
Yeah,
but
actually would
it would just kill. It would just kill Shotox. Yeah. But we see the full costed Harpoon come out, takes down the Darius, denies the Slay.
Right.
Once again.
Still no Slay. Are we going to be playing a 2-mana draw 1?
Wow. Yeah,
No
he's
drain,
going
yeah.
to. I'm curious about this draw 1 because there's still, you have a Fervor in hand, right? So you're going to slay something soon. And it feels like you need every point of damage, but maybe I'm off on that.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. It definitely seems like you would want your damage there. But how about just a Dreadway? I mean,
yeah, Dreadway's fantastic.
I feel like this match has had more cards that we've seen on Fight Night under 5 times total than any other match outside of the first Fight Night where it was literally every single game.
Yeah, I mean it's up there. I mean this is a really cool match. I think Shotox should just be able to clean it away because this is a free Dreadway turn and Rigby's essentially out of steam.
I mean, just dead on the attack, right?
Yeah, I mean
for 6-14, I think.
Yeah, I mean he ends up just letting it go, didn't even block. I'm not sure if he could have survived the open or not, but either way, ends up taking it. Shotox with a very unconventional lineup. Draven Riven and Ezreal Gangplank with Dreadway taking round 1, and it felt kind of decisive in the wins. Like, yes, the Draven Riven was a little bit funky. That one was funky, but I would say the Ezreal Gangplank, that deck looked really solid. Yes, it struggled against the Cytheria. That was kind of expected. And it was really about a turn away from winning. It was a bit of an oopsie toss back on that one. I would say the Ezreal Gangplank deck has been the really impressive list out of both lineups there.
Yeah, I think it's funny, and I don't always feel this way, but I think if either player queued up their other deck in game 1, I think that the result is flipped almost, because the aggro deck versus Draven Riven is probably pretty favored in terms of the aggro deck, because I think that their clock is just faster and there's not really too many ways to interact with it on the Draven Riven side. And have Shotox having the essentially like burn-based control deck be able to go up against the very small unit aggressive deck is definitely favored for them.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would be curious to see how that played out, because Draven historically has been a very good card at anti-aggro. That's why we saw a lot of discard aggro being used to beat burn, but I'm not sure if that would work the same in this Riven list. I think you might be right. That might have a lot of trouble against Azir, but we may have a chance to find out later. Rigby not completely eliminated. He is going to move down to the loser's bracket. Shotox advancing winner's side. But we're going to go to a short break before we've got more. Don't go anywhere, though. We got Stream Raiders during the break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Stream Raiders. We should be jumping into another round one matchup in just a moment between Floppy, Mudkip, and Seku. Should be tied up 1-1. Excited to see that one, Blev. But we had a great round one already. Shotox, Rigby, a lot of excitement, a lot of crazy decks. I mean, I'm looking forward to us going forward.
Well, I mean, we saw a deck that is running Swole Squirrel win, and I'm just putting it out there, Casa. I'd be happy to see Swole Squirrel win every fight night from here on out.
Yeah, you know, we don't need to put things like this into the universe anymore. We did it before. I didn't believe in that at first, but now staunch believer.
Yeah.
As we've just seen it happen time and time again. But we are going to get a little bit back down to earth in this set. Just going to be some Draven Ezreal going up against dragons. A little bit more of what we would consider standard. And Seku with a double tri-beam keep. Going to be trying to stack those up very heavily. I like that in this matchup personally. I think that's a pretty cool concept because you have to be able to deal with big bodies. And tri-beam can be a great way to do so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think there's probably pretty few matchups where you wouldn't just want a tri-beam in your opener. I mean, it's such a huge potential tempo swing, right? And I mean, you can always have your good old-fashioned zinc beam that just wins the game from getting a high roll, and even the low rolls is like you still get a body, right? At worst, unless there's something actively negative, which there's not a ton in LoR. There are definitely some, but you're at least getting a blocker out of the mix. For the
no pulling a Doomsayer when you've got a big board.
Right, Doomsayer or from Hearthstone. In Magic, there's a lot more of that type of like hyper negative effect, including ones that will literally lose you the game on the spot if they're summoned incorrectly, which is always fun. Only the oldies will remember Momir Basic and getting Phage the Untouchable off of a 7 pull. Maybe 2 people total got that reference. But anyways, back to the match here. We've got Mudkip on the Dragons deck, attacking in here.
And Seku forgot to get rid of Fight Night starting soon on his stream, so we are starting very soon, as in about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, negative 45 minutes.
So 45 minutes ago. But we did, I do love his little sticker though. I do love Seku's sticker with the little peepo boxing in the corner.
Yeah,
I think that's an excellent addition to this board.
I just like, why not put the little peepo like, 20 pixels to the left so that's not covering your sticker, or maybe there's a logo on that drink.
There's branding on his boba.
Okay.
And they're not paying for that ad space, so he covered it with a peepo. Yeah,
I see. Makes sense. Okay, I mean that's a great way to do it. You'll love to see it.
But we are gonna get a Sentry Flock down onto this Shyvana. Sentry, of course, going to be pumping up those tri-beams, and we've got the Scorched Earth as well, and that's going to help out with dealing with this Screeching Dragon as it tries to pump itself up with the Fury procs. I think the position so far for Seku is pretty solid. He is going to need to start chipping away at the HP of Floppy Mudkip, but he does have Farron as that late-game finisher. We'll have to contend with some of the lifesteal on the other side with the Sunforgers. But overall, I think I like the spot for Seku right now, considering he's still continuing to pump up these tri-beams. They are currently at 3.
And this is definitely a matchup where, I mean, even just killing, 5-4 is going to be great. I mean, I don't think we're going to get to the point where we're taking down an Aurelion Soul, but maybe after it's, been chipped away and the spell shield has been chipped away as well. But regardless, just killing a unit and getting a unit yourself, just such a huge swing. And, here, it's definitely looking good for Seku, but because of the Aurelion Soul, because of all the life gain, Seku does need to close the door in a timely manner, because the later the game goes, the better off Mudkip is going to be.
And still, Seku going to have to find a way to completely delete this board at some point or prevent the lifesteal, like you're talking about. As it goes later, Mudkip's board gets harder and harder to deal with. So Seku trying to find a way to close it out, deal this 15 damage is going to be important. Generating ignitions every turn and having this Farron are going to be big for that, but also potentially just getting the board flips that can come from a tri-beam are potential ways to get that chip damage in. And realistically, just pumping them up a single more time is enough for these tri-beams to start doing some serious work. They can deal with Shyvana, they can deal with Sunforger, and one additional past that, they can start dealing with Screeching Dragons.
Yeah, but just a little bit awkward for Seku, as the only way currently to proc tri-beam is going to be the Ezreal, which of course will be putting itself into the line of fire.
Yeah.
Instantly, which might not be worth it.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think maybe you can sacrifice this board a little bit, right? So the challenge is going to come through. You're going to lose a little bit, but you'll get to go for a Scorched Earth to pump this up. You can even pump with Ezreal, and then you're at 5 damage on these beams. And you can start really dealing with a lot of the threats without a threat of lifesteal just yet. And I think that's not a bad spot to be for Seku. I think as long as he doesn't lose too much of his board integrity, which I don't think he should, right? He loses potentially 2, and then he takes some face damage. Another challenge, that's going to make things a little bit scarier. He could lose his whole board here.
Yeah, that I wonder if that is worth
3 mana beam?
1 tri-beam at. I don't know.
Or not 3 mana, but 3 damage beam.
3 damage beam is not bad.
No, it's not. It feels bad though, because you want to be pumping them up more.
Well, if you're going like on average, you're getting probably like a 3.23, I would imagine, is probably the average stats or something like that. I don't know. You know, getting a 3/3 essentially, which is not bad, but 4 mana, kill the unit, put a 3/3 into play. It's value, but is it really doing anything against this board is the question. And the the other question is, what does Seku need to be able to deal with? Yes, the Scorched Earth can come out, but what can Seku afford to use the Scorched Earth on, a Screeching Dragon here or a Shyvana? Or does it need to come out onto a lifesteal unit? Or does it need to be used in response to a single combat or concerted strike? Or does it need to be used in conjunction with something else to take down an Aurelion Soul? Because Seku's options at dealing with large units are quite limited. So Scorched Earth and even these large tri-beams are definitely a delicate resource that needs to be managed accordingly.
Yeah, I wonder if it's even just go for Ezreal immediately off of this. You have potential to just play. Okay, looks like Scorched Earth. I was wondering about just Flock plus Ezreal. Use the Ezreal attack to get your. Well, actually, you can't even really attack with Ezreal, can you? Sharp Sight is still an option that you have to be concerned about constantly. Makes things pretty hard. You can at least try beam the Shyvana. And that will deny the level up.
Yeah, and can't even use a single combat or anything. Ooh.
Yeah, it's kind of a low roll.
4 damage giving you a 3/3. That's a medium low roll, I would say. Pretty bad.
Yeah, but 4 mana kill Shyvana, summon a 3/3 ends up being pretty good. There's a lot of setup that went into it, but we'll take that.
If you look at it from the other way, and if it was a 4 mana 3/3 that dealt 4 damage to a unit when it came into play, you'd feel pretty good about that. So I guess, you know, maybe.
Yeah, you do. You still feel good. That's why this card is played so much, Blev. It's
it's
a good card.
Let's.
Very good card.
I'll keep making more Magic references. It's just an ever-growing flame tongue Kavu with a little bit of RNG mixed into it. Again, maybe 2 people get that reference. But I think Yost is in the chat. I know he's an MTG player, so maybe 1 person got it.
I played.
Anyways, back to the match here.
Magic Legends for a few hours, and there was a Flame Tongue Kavu in that, and that is the extent of my knowledge of what a Flame Tongue Kavu is.
Yeah, it's a 4-mana 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, does 4 to a unit. Yeah. There you go. And it's the OG. The OG, when it comes into play, kill something. Okay,
yeah,
Mo knows Flame Tongue Kavu as well. Good. Even though that card's probably older than he is. Anyway.
Seku's still scared of the sharp sight, so we don't see the attack in from the Ezreal. Of course, he tapped below 2 mana anyway, so there's very little point to the attack. You only get the 1 chip damage in at risk of your Ezreal to a sharp sight.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, makes a lot of sense. We are going to see Ezreal fall to the Screeching Dragon. There is not a way to save it, but can go for this Static Shock. Try and deal additional damage. Save your Spider. I think the consideration to Seku is actually to beam this after instead. That would mean holding on to the Ravenous Flock to potentially deal with something later.
Right. I wonder, knowing that Ezreal was going to die anyway, because now, this doesn't play around Sharpsight. If Sharpsight was here, then this dragon lives. Right. I think that there could have been 1 extra damage dealt by Seku. If you think there's Sharpsight there, I don't know that you use that beam. And if you think there's not Sharpsight, you might as well have just attacked.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway, another pretty low roll beam, a 4/3 for 5. Again, a 4/3 on 5 is just not great.
Yeah, double Farron. That is going to be solid. It's kind of the best card you can be playing at this point in the game if you're Seku, and getting those additional decimates, I mean, that's going to be enough damage. So now the game has turned into, can I survive long enough to cast 4 decimates and potentially get a little bit of extra damage so that we can get through things like Star Shaping?
Right.
Problem, of course, being that there is now a big lifesteal on the board, but you can get around this one by not attacking, so long as there isn't a strike spell, like a concerted strike, like is in the left side of Floppy Mudkip's hand and now about to hit the board. As long as you avoid that, though, Blev, I think you're going to be okay.
Well, if you avoid that and you avoid a second 5/4 with lifesteal and you avoid Star Shape, oh boy.
Well, yeah, but I think as long as Seku avoids all of those things, I think he's going to be in a pretty all right position in this game against the Dragons.
True. I mean, as long as, all the life gain aside, Seku can stay alive and win the late game as long as there's not an 8-mana Aurelion Soul in it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, this is not looking good for Seku here.
Well, at the very least, as long as Aurelion Soul doesn't come down, the clock is... Oh, wait.
Oh, boy.
There's also an 8-mana Aurelion Soul. So,
oh, boy.
The clock is a-ticking as the Aurelion will get closer to leveling up the pretty big board already. Already fairly close to getting there.
Technically, I think Sharp Sight on one of the units would level up Aurelion Soul. 18 plus 5 is 23, plus 2 is 20. Yeah. So can't technically level up Aurelion Soul this turn. Also, the attacks coming through, proccing Fury. Also threatening to level up Aurelion. Just really not looking great for Seku here.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty rough. It's gotten to that point of the game where trying your best to find a way back in. I think Seku really wanted to find a Scorched Earth on that draw. Still got a Rummage. Could potentially look to Rummage Decimates to try and find board stabilizers.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the line you're going for. Now you're no longer looking to... It's funny because normally you'd be like, well, play for the win. Don't just play to survive. Well, actually right now, I think you need to play to survive. I think that's I would be very wary of trying to deal 19. I would say that trying your very best to just survive a little bit longer is your best out.
I think the problem is, like, you can maybe put your opponent on not having another life steal unit or a star shaping. That's reasonable. But Aurelion Soul is also giving you outs at getting life gain spells. So that's the problem. You know, essentially, Mudkip's getting 2 draws a turn at minimum to find more life gain. So, you know, if Seku was on the, okay, we're on the chump block and cast 4 decimates plan plus 4 decimates plus mystic shot, and then trying to find another burn spell, it's just your odds of that working out are so low. And also, I don't even think that you have enough clock to get there, unfortunately. So not going to you know, Seku understands that and is moving on appropriately.
Yeah, Seku just has to keep digging through this list, try and find this Scorched Earth. There's 3 of them in the deck. 1 has been spent, but there's 2 more, and that's big in this matchup. You've already put damage on this Aurelion. You can certainly find a little bit more. Now, of course, something like a Star Shaping, that would be a shame if that was in the hand of Floppy Mudkip and you were looking for a Scorched Earth, but at least there's some options becoming available. And even if you just want to beam Aurelion for 10, that's an option. You're just saying that there's no Sharp Sight or anything of that nature available.
Beam for 10 currently would play around Sharp Sight. It wouldn't play around Sharp Sight plus Star Shaping.
Right. Yeah, it wouldn't play around those 2 exact cards.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, that would just be a shame if Floppy Mudkip had both of those and was able to stomp your beam for 10. That would be rough.
Yeah,
would certainly... You would not like to see that if you were Seku, if that's to your playing of a 10 mana beam. But of course, you know, that wouldn't happen, would it, Blev?
I mean, it could, but it definitely wouldn't. Boy.
Yeah, we knew we had
throwing
both.
out the shed emote.
Yeah.
Did we know about the star shaping?
we knew
about the star
both.
shaping. I didn't. Okay, I didn't recall the.
Just
the
before there was
but...
a little bit of lag on the stream side of Mudkip, he drew the Sharp Sight, and
yeah,
unfortunate for Seku. Felt like all the answers were there on the side of Mudkip, and he's just able to take that win. Advancing winner's side, Seku's gonna have to try and make a run through the lower bracket.
Yeah, the Dragons list, I've actually been playing it a decent amount on ladder. It's like just close, and it's just interesting enough for me to play it. But it still feels a lot, you know, a little too like boring mid-rangey. But let's take a look at the bracket here, Casa, and see who has made it on. Shotox, of course, we did see win against a Rigby. Drizoth taking the 2-0 over who does not know that name, Florent. And Mudkip took down Seku, and Monte Cristo taking down Void here, moving on to the winner's side.
Yeah, and we'll see if anybody can make a loser's bracket run out of a Rigby, Jason Florent, Seku, or a Void. But I'm excited for these winner bracket matchups. Shotox versus Drizoth and Monte Cristo versus Floppy Mudkip. We are going to be featuring Shotox versus Drizoth. Very excited for this one. Drizoth has he's written some articles on GiantSlayer that have been really exciting. The way he looks at the game, he's very analytical. One of the Magic the Gathering players, I believe, right? One of the transplants.
Yes. Yep. A transplant from MTG, and also current Mr. Big Brain of Giant Slayer in terms of, I think, craziest play we've ever seen on a Giant Slayer match. Of course, that, what was it? A crazy TF Fizz Playful Trickster turn, I think. Yeah, just absolutely insane finding lethal turn. But there he is with the touching the hand of God.
God is a cat, I believe. I think I've heard that somewhere.
That's what all the cats make you think, at least. But yeah, Drizoth, definitely one of the players that I always look to for lists as well as just analysis on the game, because They just, they see the game in a way that makes sense to me coming from a Magic the Gathering background and is also astonishing to me sometimes because of the deep wrinkles in the brain of Drizoth just, put my smooth brain to shame. But anyways, here we are jumping into game number 1. Swole Squirrel versus Bakai Reaper. Who wins?
Yeah, interesting matchup here. We kind of got the old versus the new, I guess, but it's all kind of new. We're gonna have Draven Riven, which is definitely never before seen, going up against good old Thrash Nexus.
Yeah. One thing I got to call out here, Drizoth, is if you're gonna foil out the deck, do the whole thing, bud. Don't. What is this? Your caretaker, your Thresh isn't. There's no way you can convince me that you just randomly got the Merciless Hunter, the Rite of Negation. There's no way that those are the ones you opened. I don't believe that.
Blevins back to shaming people for their collection of prismatic. The prismatic peddler himself.
Well, I might be a new peddler, Casa, as it is confirmed that we're getting skins at some point this month. Champion skins on the progression. I'm sure I will be a champion skin salesman as well.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. They really should pay you for it, Blev. They really should.
Honestly, if they just gave me the skins, that would be more than enough for me. Honestly, if they just gave me the fist bump card back, but they only give that to the most talented, beautiful, and awesome people.
We get it, man. We get it. We get it. You've got the card back. We get it.
All right, I've made my quota of mentioning the fact that I have the card back, and that's it for the cast.
Okay.
Anyways, back to the match here. We've got a little chip damage coming in from Draven, and notably, Draven has taken 1 damage, which now means Blighted Caretaker can come out and threaten to kill Draven. And this is a pretty potentially devastating attack here for Drizoth. As we see, there's not any way to protect the Draven currently, unless there's a there could be survival skills drawn off the
deep med.
The deep med, but that's Shotox's whole turn.
That's
no more commitments.
Big risk.
Yeah.
If you don't find the survival skills on the deep med, you are so far behind.
Well, honestly,
of making that
even
play.
If you do, right? Like that, you're still taking a bunch of damage. And I actually like this play a good amount more here. Swole Squirrel is still going to not be able to trade with Bakai Reaper, as it is going to, assuming that
a lot of slays.
Yeah, a lot of slays coming through. We're going to see a big Bakai Reaper. Drizoth deciding, is the Butcher worth trading for 5 damage? Says not at this point. Yeah. Swole Squirrel just trading.
Yeah, I guess you just trade, and maybe if you're. The one nice thing I would say about Shotox is he actually drew all 3 of his kind of quote-unquote primary win conditions, right? He hit Draven, he hit Swole Squirrel, and he hit Riven. So all of the cards that he needs or targets for the buff cards were in his hand. And yes, he lost 2 of them, but he still has a Riven. So he can still try and go into the Riven basket. We saw it with Raptor's version of a Riven list. You can find the one-shot via the Riven. And slowly trying to reforge the blade is just going to be the line for Shotox now, and potentially set up into a Riven Blade of the Exile turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's really not there. There becomes a point in the match where Shotox is really priced in to one line, right? There's not a ton of different. There are a lot of options in the deck in general, but those options get narrowed down very quickly, especially against a deck like this, where there's just so much pressure put on and so much board control.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see Shotox get that Riven down, however, potentially on this turn. There's just so much pressure, and there's a Grant vulnerable coming out from the Merciless Hunter. To make things tough on the Riven once more. There is a Whirling Death in hand, however. That can be used to protect the Riven or deal with the Thresh, potentially as well.
Yeah, Whirling Death definitely opens up some more options, but there's like a lot of the defensive options for Shotox want to be used offensively, unfortunately. So, this is where the tempo comes in, and can Shotox walk the line of surviving, keeping a board, and actually still have enough juice left in the tank to actually finish the game?
All right, so Merciless Hunter just goes in to try and trade with the Riven. We'll see how Shotox decides to deal with this. If he just goes for Wrath, ends up just putting it for the trade. So not going to commit too much more, just going to trade off everything. Now, if we see Drizoth try and commit this Vile Feast, there is an answer of the Whirling Death, but Drizoth decides, hey, this is fine. I've got a Nasus in hand. And that's a bunch of slays coming through. This Nasus is getting big enough that you're pretty happy. Shotox needs to find another win con. Already gone through a couple. They've all died off. Just going to be a Shadow Assassin to draw. It's going to be easily taken away. Another Slay going to Nasus. Now he's at 10. So he will be able to level up on the next strike.
Yeah, and now there's just... Okay, there's the one Blade Squire to rule them all. The only hope for Team Shotox right now is a Blade Squire who, in most scenarios, is literally better off dead for the deck. Like, not even a joke. Actually better off for the deck when they're dead. And this is looking pretty decent for Drizoth here.
Okay, survival skills.
Cool. Sure. Merciless Hunter going to be able to pull away.
Luckily, Blade Squire was drawn, so the Nasus will still be blockable.
Sure.
The game isn't necessarily done.
Technically true.
Yeah, technically not over.
Okay, so there's the now this is fine. I guess where you put the Nasus
technically not dead, right?
Yeah.
I'm curious what other additions Shotox is going to make to this Squire. Wonder if he wants them to just die and prays that he hits Draven, I guess.
Yeah,
Instead, gonna go for survival skills.
Shotox has got to try, right? I mean, okay, this is actually going to kill the Nasus, which is nice. Of course, Drizoth can use the right here to stop that, but decides not to.
Okay. Yeah. The Spirit Leech should be able to find a couple more points of damage, you would imagine.
Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, Shotox is just playing to their outs, right? I mean, you just got to kind of hope. Okay, just making the blade here. Sure. I mean, the blade, you've got the Whirling Death, you've got the flurry. I mean, there's a chance here, Casa.
Yeah, Blade, Whirling Death, Flurry of Fists. Overwhelming Quick Attack with the Blade of the Exile. So it would be Overwhelm and Double Strike.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a Whirling Death. Now, Rite of Negation is going to stop 1 Whirling Death.
Yep.
But it won't stop 2. Is he actually going to get this? There's no way, right? He actually just wins, doesn't he? He actually just won.
14.
Yeah, he just won.
Axe is gonna
he just won because he has 2. Because he has 2 Whirling Deaths, he just won. It's over. He actually just won. He actually just won. It's so ridiculous. I love this deck so much, Blevins.
It's so sweet when
he actually just won the game.
The deck is actually super sweet. The problem when you're playing it on ladder is that it's a nightmare against Hush.
He actually just won the game.
Used the entire Buffalo, every single card created and drawn, used to get just about exactly lethal. That's Runeterra right there. That I gotta say, that deck is
this is Runeterra.
Yeah. I mean,
oh my god.
That's 2 games where we're like, okay, well, this deck's just kind of dirtling around, doing nothing. Oh god, the game just ended, didn't it? Hey,
it's Riven. It's every day. It's the same
Draven's
thing
public enemy number 1. Blade Squire might be public enemy number 37, but sometimes that's all you need.
Still a public enemy. He's still a public enemy.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. Oh my god.
Absolutely still a public enemy, and we've got some public enemies to take care of as Stream Raiders has started. Click the link in chat or ! Stream Raiders to join. Let's take down these battles.
Jumping into game and jumping into unit placement. Gonna get things going. Ready for battle. But we do have, once again, gonna be Thrash Nexus this time. Shotox, the Ezreal Gangplank, and I think we were at least somewhat in agreement that this Ezreal Gangplank deck looked pretty sick the first time around. It felt like it was doing some good things. Felt like a solid version of the Ezreal right now. See how it does against Slay. This feels like kind of the litmus test for any deck right now is, can it do at least okay against Slay? At least if it's going to be in a fight night lineup.
Right. I think it seems like it's going to be good against a Zero Aurelia, which I think was level 0, and no one went for level 0, which sometimes happens. I would also probably include the Slay Ride or Thrash Nexus or Thresh Nasus, whatever you want to call it, in level 0 here. So if you can't beat, or if you don't at least have game against both of those decks, it's not something I would want to play on ladder. Now, you maybe can make the call to play it in a tournament, but this definitely is, like you said, Casa, a litmus test here. See the legitimacy, potentially, of this Ezreal Gangplank deck.
Yeah, already just trying to get the tempo online, trying to beef up this bot because, well, it does have vulnerable, but at least getting it to trade with the thing that challenges it would be solid. For Shotox, just trying to get things online on the board, but there's also some good answers to the board overall. Interesting make it rain, just trying to get targets potentially, or looking for the plunder. Didn't get the plunder, importantly.
Yeah, no plunder. I think
I mean, the hits were great. The hits were fantastic.
Guaranteed to either get plunder or kill the 4/1. So I actually like that. I like the make it rain, and sometimes you get both, right, which would be insane.
Yeah, you also got the hit on the abomination, which made it so when it pulled, it died off as well.
Yep.
Scary part is just this Thresh getting very close to leveling up, but overall pretty interesting. And you still have Ignition to proc plunder on this turn and get your butcher down as a 3/3.
True. You absolutely do. You know, of course, the scary part here for Drizoth is, you know, lots of slays coming through. Like you mentioned, the Thresh looking like it's already almost level, which is
it's already close.
Yeah, but guess what? A gigantic harpoon on the side of a boat can kill a I don't even really know what Thresh is. Like a
I mean,
of some sort. I don't know.
He's the warden. He's a jailer. I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, he's some kind of spirit, some kind of,
It is
not the monster I think this harpoon was intended for, but it does work all the same.
True. It absolutely does.
Going to just force out a glimpse beyond though, but you will take that. Not letting the Thresh level up, I think you're happy with, but there has just been a cascade of slays going here for Drizzoth. And this Nasus is getting pretty beefed up pretty quickly.
Yeah, looks like I'm going to go up to 8 here. Although Shotox actually does have the ability to stop this via Mystic Shot.
Okay. It's nice. I mean, you stop a Slay and you deny a draw of a potential second Thresh. Shotox kind of running low on cards, definitely behind in that department.
Yep. Unless, of course, the second Thresh is drawn off the top.
Yeah.
Now, the awkward part for Drizzoth is that Nasus is big, but not big enough to level. Thresh is nice, but also not quite at level status. Now, I do like this develop first. Maybe you get another unit that can, that Thresh can pull, which would be great. I don't think that you necessarily put Drizzoth on having Thresh, considering the right last turn probably is not necessarily getting played if they already have a Thresh.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, Shotox game plan is going to be to burn out, because this is a leveled Ezreal. So trying to find a way to actually just end the game soon is realistically the line that we're going to see taken.
Yep. Ezreal coming out leveled up. But there's, Drizzoth is still at 12. There's not a ton. As I say that, they draw another Mystic Shot. So we're going to see 2 + 3 is 5 damage. It's going to put Drizzoth potentially down to 7. Get Excited, which is another 4. And then there's a Mystic Shot, which is another 3.
Yep.
That is just...
that one...
It's just going to be game.
Yeah. I mean, he's able to find it. Able to just find enough of that early pressure to set up the finisher. This is looking more like the Ezreal Bilgewater of old. Just tempo, tempo, and end the game around turn 8 with your Riptide Rex. But hey, we don't have Riptide Rex. We've just got a leveled Ezreal with a couple of spells to finish the game off. Yeah, just the last Mystic. Well done by Shotox. This is a textbook out of the Ezreal Bilgewater.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you draw it up. And hey, we might see a viable option here if you can take down Thresh Nasus with relative ease there. It didn't seem like it was a super high roll hand. It just had a nice mix of, burn spells and units, and that was enough to take it down.
Yeah, and I mean, to the surprise of many, even if it's just me, I'm going to call myself many, we see Shotox with the Draven Riven Ezreal Gangplank list moving on to the winners final. Just running through Fight Night winner's side. This is how we get new decks in the meta, Blev. Someone comes to Fight Night with this kind of shenanigans and spikes it, and then we start seeing some of this stuff pop up. But yeah, I can't believe that we're seeing this much success from these two lists. I was like, we gotta get Shotox in round 1 in case he just loses and we don't get to see these. Right. He's just winning every time.
Yeah, just casual winners finals. You love to see it. But yeah, I mean, certainly, I think if you are not necessarily expecting to see a ton of Targon, which I think just in general, compared to many other metas, there's less Targon than we would normally see. And if you can dodge Hush, you can, maybe take it down with that with the Draven Riven, or rather the Blade Squire deck, because
true.
Draven and Riven are just they're just extra on top. Don't necessarily need them.
But we are going to jump into the other side of the winner semifinal, because that first one went so quickly. It's gonna be Floppy Mudkip versus Monte Cristo. Gonna be Thrash Nexus Mirror, actually, here, Blev. A little bit more Thrash Nexus.
Yeah, we absolutely do. Which certainly perhaps bodes well for Shotox. If that's a favorable matchup, they're guaranteed to be playing it next round. But yeah, I mean, this is a relatively common matchup that I would imagine a lot of the Thresh Nasus players have seen and are used to. I have basically been avoiding playing this deck since the newest patch, just because I don't know. It is kind of interesting, but I think it's because I've cast it so much that I'm over it. It's not exciting to me anymore.
Yeah, I mean it's you always want to play some of the brand new stuff as well, so that makes sense. But it's still definitely a mainstay of the meta, and we see Monty doing a good job taking control of the slays. Able to stop that siphoning strike is going to give Monte Cristo a massive lead in this mirror. And he's got his own siphoning strike available as well.
Yeah.
To potentially set something up. And we do see that there is not a fast speed answer to that in the hand of Floppy Mudkip. So if Monty decides that that is a good course of action for himself, he is going to be able to just pop that one off.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've seen many times the siphoning strike alone is quite good, but siphoning strike on a Nasus to potentially level up the Nasus and give +2/+2 to other units, I mean, or to other champions rather, it's just going to be insane. And that is, I think, exactly what we're going to see here, unless Mudkip spirit leeches into, I was going to say Vengeance, but they won't have enough mana, and also there is no Vengeance in the deck. So, yeah, I think this is probably going to be good enough, but the attack can come through from Monty all the same. Still going to level up the Nasus, and, well, what better way to ensure that you're going to get this Siphoning Strike off than to give your Nasus Spell Shield as well?
Yeah. You got the Nasus with the Spell Shield. There's nothing that Mudkip can really do to respond to this, at least not easily. And we'll be about getting around the Nasus and leveling up your own, but it gets really difficult when you get to this stage, and we talked about the Siphoning Strike. The fact that there's not an answer, and, well, there's not even mana anymore, so Monty's just going to be very comfortable firing that off, buffing up his Nasus, buffing up every champion in the deck, potentially setting himself up for an atrocity later to clear or to finish this game off. As there is just kind of the waiting game of getting attack tokens from here on out for Monty, because this Nasus is massive.
The massiveness of the Nasus is, yeah, it's a lot. But there was a internal struggle there, whether you kill the Thresh or you kill the Nasus, and my gut leans towards killing the Nasus. A Nasus in play is worth 2 in the deck, something like that. I think that might be what
the old proverb,
the old adage is. Yeah. But at the same time, a small Nasus might not matter, and leveled Thresh into Nasus is very scary. Not sure why the 3/3 was slain over the 0/1. That seems, I can't think of a reason why you would want why you would actively want a 0/1 in play over a 3/3.
I can't tell you, Blev. Really, not because I don't want to, because I can't.
Yeah, I've got nothing. I don't, not quite understanding that one, but perhaps to leave open a slayable unit for Vile Feast? That's what I've got. That's my only. Yeah. That's the only benefit I can see.
Yeah. Self-slaying with Vile. Chat. That's a good idea against the Nasus. denying slays, denying bonks. It's got to be it. I mean, because it was deliberate, right? And it's not like he's just. It's not like Monty's just like, yes, 0-1 better than 3-3 stats wise. No, it's like he has a reason.
Also the 2-1, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure chat's got it. We got some big brains in the chat. Sure. Denying the bonks, denying the slays. It makes a lot of sense in the mirror. And I know, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to think who I was watching. I think it was Squeeby preparing for top 32. And he wanted practice on specifically the mirror. And it was Monte Cristo that he actually hit up. Monty, I believe, is someone who has a lot of experience in the mirror. He's been playing it a lot. For a long time practicing the mirror. I think it was one of the main things that he scrimmed going into the going into the open rounds of the last seasonal was this mirror in particular. So I imagine he's got a lot of little texts like that and little things that he likes to do.
Sure.
It does make sense. I mean, what chat said actually, that's something.
It makes sense. I don't know if it's correct, but it makes sense.
Yeah. It's. I'm not like, that's
100%
always the best thing, but it does at least. There's a logical reason why he would kill, something that was smaller.
Mm-hmm. Now, Monty just passing, and I mean. You've got the 20 power threat or Nasus. I mean, I guess you just want it to be a little bit bigger for funsies, get that extra attack. Might have the attack X times quest to achieve, so might need to do that. But, you know, we've got a 21 power spell shield Nasus and atrocity. I think this one's and also Rite of Negation backup, so. It's looking pretty done and dusted, as they say, but
yeah, I mean, this should just
be
safely
firing this off.
Yeah, very easy. Atrocity to the dome. It's more than 20 damage.
Yep.
Has the right on the back foot of that, and that's going to allow game 3. Game 3 is going to be. It's going to be Thrash Nexus. Going up against. I'm trying to find the other deck here.
From Monty.
Dragons, right? Or sorry. I'm misspeaking. It'll still be Slay from Floppy Mudkip. Monty has TF Fizz.
TF Fizz.
Yeah, TF Fizz. Okay. So that's a Floppy special. And it's not Floppy Mudkip playing it. It is going to be Monte Cristo.
Right. And this is good old fashioned. Let's pretend nothing changed. Let's pretend no cards changed TF Fizz. That is pretty much card for card the old version. I mean, we see pick a cards, get excited, suit ups. Everything in the deck is a 3 of, except for 2 of suit up and 2 of mind meld, but the same cast and characters here.
Yeah, it's like even a little old school with the extra mind meld and the suit ups, right? Sometimes we saw bits and pieces of those cards cut, and said we're gonna see those mind melds hanging out for Monty. Rite of Negation is a way that can get shut down in this matchup, but we'll see how Monty pilots this against kind of the TF Fizz master himself, Floppy Mudkip.
Well, I will say, Floppy Mudkip definitely a TF Fizz master. I will give credit, at least anecdotally, to Monte Cristo, as Monte Cristo actually wrote a very good guide on TF Fizz, and I know for a fact that it's good because it got me to master. And if it can do that, it must have been a great guide, right? If it can, propel me to master last season, it was pretty good. But no, I think. Monty definitely does have a very good understanding. I mean, we can see, I think that was max leveled Fizz, but a very good understanding of the deck and potentially of its matchups. Though I mean, this deck didn't exist last season, right? The Thrash Nexus deck, or at least not in the same capacity that it does now.
No, but this is a double Twisted Fate hand with a pick a card as well. So there is capacity for Monty to really get this online quickly. It is going to be answered
this?
By the double vial, and you can see Monty a little bit like, okay, well that's unlucky. That's unfortunate, but he does have the second TF. He's got a rummage alongside that, and yes, he does lose out on the draws from this pick a card because he does commit it preemptively, but he will have TF still available.
And another pick a card as well. And a rummage. I mean, pretty aggressive hand from Floppy here. Gonna be able to beat down for quite a bit, but yeah, I mean, beating down for 7 is good, but how good is it? Is it good enough? Monty going for the slower play here, picking the relatively rare red card.
Yeah, pretty solid board to red card. I think Monty, considering that the level up for Twisted Fate may be a little bit too far out, and he needs to try and play a little bit of board control. So deciding to go for that. We do get the Glimpse Beyond. That can be denied by a Mystic Shot. I think there should be heavy consideration to that. I don't think allowing this deck to get the Slay and the card draw is very good. Yes, there was 4 mana for Mudkip to potentially have an additional one, but forcing out the multiple glimpses, I think it's overall worth. And you still have enough mana to play the Fleeting Fizz. So, okay, just going to be a rummage because it is 2 fleeting cards. I think that makes sense. Replace them with real cards.
Yeah, replace them with real cards. You get, I mean, it's procs for your Twisted Fate. There is a stress testing, which you obviously would have liked to use on the rummage, but now you can set up, pick a card for this turn, another stress testing.
Yeah. I mean, if he finds like a rummage, that's a pretty crazy turn.
Yeah, it's I'm just
have.
assuming that would be a leveled Twisted Fate. I don't know. Twisted Fate is already at 3 now, right? Because the
it would be it would be if he finds a rummage. I have to imagine that you go for this pick a card.
Okay.
And you're really hoping that one of these cards you pull is a rummage. And there it is.
And there it is. And a fizz to boot. So I'm not... I think we're actually one... Well, we were one off.
Because we were because the stress
we
testing...
weren't.
Oh,
yes, we weren't.
I was one off on my count then.
Yeah, I was
because I thought he needed the second stress testing to get there, but no, he did not. So that's going to be the Twisted Fate pickup and the very easy ability to proc all of the cards on this turn with that additional rummage in hand.
Additional rummage, stress testing. Even if you can't use all of the cards, you've still got the ability. And now you've still got the ability to at least keep your ephemeral card or your fleeting cards in hand. No, I mean, all the cards are pretty good against what Mudkip is doing, though. We potentially could see the Siphoning Strike come down and try to kill the Twisted Fate.
Burbles are free as well. That's pretty nice. Okay, that's finally the great draw that Floppy needed was actually that Black Spear.
Yeah.
Because there were no good targets to Siphoning Strike with.
Right.
Because everything was a little susceptible to the damage that could potentially come out of this deck. But Black Spear, that's going to be a fantastic draw. And we're just going to see trying to get a gold card at least out. Go for the Nasus kill.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we'll see a we'll see a Twisted Fate go down, which means there's only one left in the deck, but there's been a decent amount of damage dealt to the board of Floppy here. And now we're gonna see Burbles plus Iterative plus Fizz already in play, and not much of a board from Mudkip, and not even really that scary of a board. They can just get blocked down and Mystic Shotted.
Yeah, I mean, this can just be completely stopped if Monty chooses to, and I think, I mean, he might as well deny as much of this damage as possible.
Yeah, I think you can reasonably take 3 here. I mean, Nasus is still quite small, You just don't want to get Nasus plus Atrocity'd. We're pretty far away from that just being enough, and also we're far from a mana perspective of that even being an option.
Yeah, it feels like Monty's kind of calculating using these on face and just finding burn potential, or he's worried about
4,
the
5,
glimpse.
6, 7, 8, 9.
I guess the concern is just like glimpse beyond then.
But even so, you're at least saving the life.
Right. I'm still curious. Does the zap really? How important is this zap spray fin? I guess you're using.
Right.
Are we iterating the zap instead of the burble? I wouldn't imagine so.
No, we're still going for burble here. And now we've got 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14 potential this turn. Maybe more if we want to play a Poro, which is reasonable.
Yeah, there's.
So Mystic Shot was not opening Monty up to a win this turn, so you might as well cash it in.
Okay. A lot of potential damage on this turn. I mean, Monty's he's got the 2-turn clock, right? Realistically, two token clock onto Mudkip to try and get like a Nasus Atrocity onto the board. And Monty really just wants to deny slays so that is not an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And the Death Ray, actually a great pickup in doing just that. We see a Vile Feast that could just be a Death Ray. Try and deny the slay.
Yeah, it also, I mean, effectively does an extra damage, right?
Yeah, it would.
Huh.
Allows that one to go through. I'm curious what I guess the Death Ray is being held for a glimpse instead, because it's higher value.
Mm-hmm.
But you have both Get Excited and Death Ray, so I wonder if
Could
consideration
just be
to
Monty wants to kill the 5/1. That's also possible.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's also like totally a fair point, right? Oh.
There's
okay.
Atrocity. Is it? I mean, is this just over now? Like Thresh or Nasus comes out, almost certainly going to be getting is either going to be getting slays or there's going to be damage going through.
Well, also, I believe the interaction works that the slay happens first, then the damage when you kill the Nasus. I'm actually not 100%. It's +1 when you Atrocity your Nasus, right?
Really?
I might be wrong. I might be really wrong on that.
It's possible. I've never noticed that. I've never noticed that if that's the case.
Okay, chat's got me on it doesn't +1. Okay.
I could see a world where it does, but I could see it making sense that it does. Also, literally any interaction working a different way would not necessarily make sense, but I wouldn't be surprised because that's just, how LoR is sometimes.
LoR is weird sometimes, man.
I mean, as sad as it is for Monte Cristo fans here, I think that this is just kind of play Nasus, play Atrocity, the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? There's not an answer. It has to be Monty finding enough burn, but he doesn't have enough burn. I mean, he only has the one Get Excited.
Right.
Yeah, there's an Nasus.
Yep, and now we're into scary territory. Ignition to 8. Get Excited down to 5. If you draw 2 Get Exciteds or Get Excited plus, I think we need to Get Excited the stress testing this turn and point it upstairs and just try to draw and just try to draw something. Draw another piece of burn this turn, and then top deck a Mystic Shot. I think that's... I mean, given what we know, that's the line. It's just, is Monty going to take that line? Now we're going to be diluting the deck a little bit more with the Death Ray.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Death Ray too.
Yeah, this is a hope my opponent doesn't have Atrocity, and just that's gonna be it.
Yeah, you really got to play like there is an Atrocity.
Oh,
and unfortunately, there is one.
I think I don't know that that's even a winning line if they don't have Atrocity. Yeah, I just don't know. I think it's got to be get excited upstairs. Well, I guess that, like, there's potentially a chum the waters in X1 that does some extra damage, although it actually only does 3 plus get excited is 6. And then the elusive.
I mean, you're talking about only in the instance that there is not an Atrocity, right?
I'm thinking from Monte Cristo's line of thinking here, which is clearly I'm not beating Atrocity right now, or I'm not going to try to beat Atrocity, so let's play like they don't have it.
Yeah, and fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we know that's not going to work, but yeah,
right. So, and there's the chum line, which makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, and Monty is, of course, going to be disappointed by this, though. If we get excited, stress testing, and draw another... Monty's not going to even go for the line. Yep. And this is just going to be... Yeah,
I mean, he fully went for... He fully went for, okay, if you've got Atrocity, you win, which is... I think the most high percentage thing he could do here. He needed some very precise draws, I believe, off of the stress testing for it to work out.
It would have needed to be the top 2 cards needed to be some combination. Needed to be Get Excited plus either another Get Excited or Mystic Shot.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's the shrug of they had it.
Yeah.
But did put forth lethal. Unfortunately, Atrocity is going to take down another one. I think that might be the first time we've ever seen Atrocity win a game on Fight Night.
Yeah, right? We never see any Atrocity ever in lore, actually. Pretty rare card.
Yeah, about as rare as Dragon's Rage.
Hasn't really been good ever. But it turns out to be good here and picks up the win.
Yes.
Yeah, yep. we do have Thrash Nexus making it through. Mudkip, though, last week, making it all the way to the finals, and all the way back in the winners finals. Yet again, going to be going up against Shotox. We're going to take a look at the bracket to see how everything has played out so far.
Yep, we'll be jumping over to that in just a second. There it is. Shotox and Floppy Mudkip on the winner's side. Unfortunately for Jason Florent fans, unfortunately did not make it. Rigby moves on, and Void taking down Seku. So on the bottom, we've got Monty versus Rigby, Drizoth versus Void. They're all going to be fighting their way back to get their shot back at redemption, but not before we see Shotox versus Mudkip on the winner's side.
Yeah, Shotox versus Mudkip. This should be a really exciting matchup. We just saw Shotox 2-0 a Thresh Nasus, and, well, Mudkip's got it in the lineup, so we'll see if Shotox can continue that run with his very unconventional lineup. But we're going to go to a short break. When we return, more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Stream Raiders. We've been flying through the bracket so far today, Blevins. Yep. We're on to the winners bracket final between Shotox and Floppy Mudkip. Yep. We have seen a lot of Shotox so far. We've seen a lot of Floppy Mudkip, but going into this matchup, Blev, I want to know what you think of it. I mean, of course, with the crazy decks we've seen in Shotox so far, going up again against a more standard lineup.
Yeah, well, take another look at the bracket there, and to stand atop Floppy, their second week in a row coming into the winner side. Shotox first week in a while that they've been on, I believe. There we go. Another oldie like myself, 30 from Canada. Favorite deck, Burn. I guess you can kind of call the Draven Riven deck a Burn deck, maybe, but anyhow. Yeah, I mean, this matchup is really the tale of two lineups in a lot of ways. Shotox brought what would be considered maybe not the most conventional lineup, whereas Floppy, brought Thrash Nexus and Shyvana Aurelion Soul, which I think in past weeks would have been a pretty big splash, but given even last week and the time between this week on ladder, it's definitely become a mainstay. I know there's a lot of players at the top of at least the Americas ladder that are running it as a meta pick, and it's actually quite well positioned against a lot of the sort of level 1 decks in the meta right now.
Look, Korea's influence has finally made it into the overarching lore meta. We've seen dragons as far back as Monuments of Power, and with a couple of extra buffs and additions to the deck, we're finally seeing a lot more mainstream play across all regions, and it's performing quite well. It performed well in the seasonal as a whole, and it's performing well in Fight Night overall. We see Mudkip taking it all the way to the winners final, but I want to talk a little bit more about Draven Riven. I think this deck is one that we didn't expect to see when we woke up this morning, and I'm not sure if we expect to see much more past today, but it is an exciting one that we will be seeing today, as it has made it all the way to the winners final already, utilizing things like Swole Squirrel, but really the Blade Squire, MVP.
Yeah. Well, and we saw it really come to fruition against Drizoth, but the deck really does use every single point of damage to really get there, and it absolutely rewards knowing the deck, knowing what your opponent is playing, and knowing where you need to get your damage in. I just having played it, over a couple of sessions, the difference between when I started playing it and when I finished playing it, granted, wasn't a huge difference because, it's me. But even that was a pretty big difference considering, because, I go, oh, well, if I actually would have gone more in and gotten my damage in while I had the chance with Draven on an earlier turn, it would have set me up to have my, my going off turn do 13 instead of having to do 17. Like little things like that, and knowing like, oh, if I would have just gotten the value damage with an axe on a Draven on an earlier turn, that sort of stuff really adds up. And a master of that deck is going to gain a ton of percentage points in the same way that we see like a Lee Sin deck. When a master is playing it, they get percentage points. Draven Ezreal, when a master is playing it, it looks like a much better deck than, when someone like me is picking it up for the first time and I make a bunch of misplays and I just kind of play loosey-goosey. Knowing the game plan and knowing where to pick your spots is rewarded heavily in that deck.
Yeah, and Shotox has been playing it fantastically so far, and once again, we're going to see it queued up going against Thrash Nexus, and, we saw him win this matchup earlier today, able to pilot it to a victory over Drizoth's version of the list, and I wonder if once again Shotox is going to be able to find it. I know it was a really tight margins to pick up that victory. We could be seeing it all over again.
Man, we absolutely could. It's. I mean, if Shotox can pull off another relatively decisive victory from the jaws of you have nothing but a Blade Squire out against this deck, I all of a sudden might be buying stocks in the Draven Riven deck, even though there's no stocks to be bought in it. And I would say I would foil out the deck completely, but I may or may not have already done that. Hashtag yes, I am that much of a degenerate, and the deck is cool. Anyways, we do see Floppy here. Gonna open up and kill the Draven's biggest fan, get an additional Slay trigger for the Bakai Reaper, and get a clean Vile Feast while the getting's good.
Yeah, ends up getting a quick Slay early on to the game. The Bakai going to be able to use the Fearsome to get past the Blade Squire. Shotox could go for the trade on the Spider to just get the Blade if he wanted to. Try and set up for that Draven, buffing it up even more over the next few turns, especially if he can get to that Blade of the Exile later on. It's going to be the setup for the win. You talked about how Draven is the main threat within this deck, even though there are quite a few.
Yeah, I mean, really anything can be a threat when you have, double strike and might. It doesn't really matter. Anything can really be a threat.
As long as you've got something on the board, it can pull it off, and especially things like Swole Squirrel with that strike trigger, it is definitely going to be a big threat. And speak of the devil, yep. There it is. Come down the Monka heads. I love that reaction from Mudkip. Yeah,
it's so good. And then those two emotes are two of my favorites of all time. Two S tier emotes, if you ask me. And there is a play I've never seen, and I don't think I would ever do, which is slay a 3/2 Bakai Reaper just to get a 4/1 to block a Swole Squirrel. That is a play that shows that really shows an understanding here from Mudkip, and I would be pretty scared if I'm Shotox, because that's the type of play that looks very weird at first glance, which either means it's awful or it's genius. And I have to give credit to Floppy Mudkip if I'm playing against them in a Fight Night tournament.
Yeah, I feel like one of the big things as well is Mudkip didn't have really much to do with this hand. And so because of that, the Bakai's not going to grow much bigger. And 3/2, yes, you normally don't want to just be throwing those in the garbage can, but you have your Thresh coming up, you have your Nasus coming up, and other than that, you just want to kind of find some more spells, maybe find a Glimpse Beyond, maybe find a Black Spear, and looking for those things by utilizing this Spirit Leech, definitely going to be a very strong play. Sets up for the potential of just going turn 5 Thresh. However, there was a Merciless Hunter drawn, which Mudkip did like that route a little bit better to go for the kill on the Swole Squirrel.
Yeah, for sure. And I mentioned Draven is public enemy number 1. My estimation of that was before I was playing with Swole Squirrel. So maybe Swole Squirrel is actually public enemy number 1, and Draven is a mere second. But I mean, in all reality, Draven enables so much. Having that burst speed survival skills is just such a blowout in so many scenarios.
Yeah. Draven is maybe one of the most important cards in the deck, but maybe not the biggest threat. As we do see, that is going to be an axe put down to set up a block onto the Merciless Hunter. And we're going to get a Whirling Death from the Swole Squirrel.
Yep.
Now, Mudkip didn't have a trigger onto the Black Spear just yet, so not able to stop that from happening, but will be able to stop this Swole Squirrel from getting a little too swole by putting it in the dirt with the Black Spear.
But there theoretically could still be a survival skills.
True.
And even if there's not, Draven is alive. And at the end of the day, Draven is, again, the catalyst for this deck for sure. Already has quick attack, which is great. So could easily get double strike. If it does, I mean, if Shotox has the flurry and commits an axe, I mean, it's an instant level Draven, which is certainly powerful. And that's a lot of axes.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and generate even more of these axes, get a little bit of additional damage. Mudkip will have the Thresh to try and challenge this Draven straight away on the next turn, but for now, that's gonna be an axe, an attempt to go towards the Draven level up. Elixir of Wrath. So, hey, weren't you just talking about trying to find your spots to push a little bit of extra damage? Here's an opportunity.
Yep.
Shotox sees that, okay, I'm getting an attack in. I might as well go for this Elixir of Wrath, push that additional damage and set up so I don't have to go as big later on. Gets 7 in, and now Mudkip's down to 13.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, those are, I mean, that's why we saw that sort of pause there. It's like, how much can I commit? How much can I afford to risk here? Do I have to go a little more all in? Do I have any sort of way to protect? What am I doing if they play a Thresh here or a Nasus? All questions that are going through Shotox's mind here, and you know, with 4 real cards in hand, there's certainly there's certainly a very fine line to walk, as you know, the next few turns are potentially going to get quite scary on the side of Mudkip, as this Nasus is already very close to being big enough to just end the game via an atrocity.
Yeah, if this swing goes in, Mudkip can actually play Thresh, Butcher, and have enough damage on the Nasus to kill with atrocity. And I wonder if that's a potential line. Is there actually any way to interrupt this?
Only...
Actually not.
Only if Shotox open attacks and Nasus blocks.
Right.
Then we could see Whirling Death.
It's interesting. There's actually no way that line could have been stopped, Blev, right? I'm not crazy. I'm looking through this. There's literally no way.
That looks correct. Yeah, that is correct.
And there's no
Dragon's
healing.
Rage is a slow spell. There's no healing. There's no denies. There's only notifies.
So if Mudkip had recognized that, he could have just gone Butcher.
Yeah.
Atrocity, and it would have just been game. Yeah, because there's no denies in this deck.
No denies, and none of the other spells interact with that at all. Yeah, that actually would have been game. I mean, that is such a weird play, to say the least, right? Play your Thresh and then chain 2 Butchers just to get Slay procs for Nasus.
Now Shotox is going to have an attack in.
Yep, and this is the position we saw versus a Rigby. Mudkip, I think, should just press OK here.
Take it. Yeah.
There is no, although there is actually over the top in this deck via Dragon's Rage, which might actually, which actually isn't scary because we have atrocity. So I like.
Yeah, you have to just take that damage.
Yeah. I mean, we saw a Rigby. It punished a Rigby to the extreme, right? Where even an innocuous block with a 1/1 ended up resulting in lethal.
And we have 11 mana now as well. So even if you go on this turn with 11 mana on the side of Shotox, even if you go Butcher and he immediately Dragon's Rages your Nasus to try and stop you from getting it to 9 to Atrocity, you could play Atrocity. Wait, actually, I don't remember if the Shadow Assassin. No. So that wouldn't work. Never mind. No, so that could interrupt it. Did he have 7 mana last turn?
I don't remember.
Because if he had 7 mana last turn, then the line of Butcher was interruptible. Because I thought it was uninterruptible, but that's because I thought Shotox didn't have enough mana for a Dragon's Rage. But if he had enough mana for a Dragon's Rage, then that's why Floppy Mudkip maybe didn't go for it.
Even so, yeah, I don't know.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to say because I didn't.
Quickly
I guess I didn't
forgetting
check
the board state now.
Yeah, it's because I didn't check the mana last time because I was just looking at the card list.
Mm-hmm.
And there shouldn't have been an answer. But if he had 7 mana, Mudkip didn't have enough to play Atrocity on last turn. But now that the Dragon's Rage is gone, now you see him going for the line. I think Mudkip had it all along. He was just playing around Dragon's Rage. Because we see him immediately once that Dragon's Rage is gone, he goes for the double Butcher, and he sets himself up to play Atrocity on next turn, and it's over. It's actually done.
I don't even... The thing is I don't think... The Dragon's Rage line was exactly like it is now. The Dragon's Rage doesn't blow them out, it just bounces the Thresh. Maybe that was enough, but...
If doing it on the other turn, I think potentially could have set you up to die, because you would have had less stuff on the board or something. Right. I think there was there was like a reason for it. I'm pretty sure to find there sense. That you needed to wait, even though the Dragon's Rage was like overall not going to completely end you because it is slow speed. So once he got through it, that was a cool play. It seems like Mudkip did see it from the start, but he had his own reasoning for playing around that Dragon's Rage the way that he did, and making sure that he could get Thanasis big enough that it would kill immediately.
Yeah, and something that we want to kill immediately, Casa, is the boss level in Stream Raiders, !Stream Raiders, or click the link that was just generated in chat to join the fight. We're on the boss level, and we want to take it down. We need your help. We had 119 Raiders last time. Let's get 150. Let's get 150 in here and crush this boss.
Yeah, let's see if we can do it. See if we can crush this boss, and see if Floppy Mudkip can crush Shadow in game 2, or if Shadowx will be able to bring it back with this Draven Riven. We see a Draven's biggest fan on turn 1. Gonna be able to get that Draven for turn 3 and start generating those axes, which are ever so important for the survival skills. Find an opportunity for Shadowx to bring this back.
Yeah, and this is definitely not the matchup that you want to be firing Draven Riven into, because Hush is a very clean way to stop the going off turn. And Mudkip knows this and can likely play around that fact for most of the game. So Shotox is going to need to very carefully allocate their resources on turns where it's safe, or like really toe the line between putting forth too much and getting blown out by a Hush or a single combat or concerted strike, and also having enough damage to end the game. It's going to be tough for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Start to push forward, gets proc for his Swole Squirrel, but you mentioned the Hush. There is one in hand for Floppy Mudkip. There's also Concerted Strike. There are a lot of responses, but Concerted Strike, of course, being a lot less good because of things like survival skills.
True.
Hush, always very good, but it is good to note that Concerted is answered by that survival skills really handedly.
Yeah. Concerted is definitely less good, but it's still quite good.
Yeah, of course.
For sure. Now, Mudkip not going to go for anything more than that. Not even going to try to pull a Draven. Doesn't need to. You know, there's so many tricks that Shotox can have. It's actually terrifying to play against this deck, for sure, because there's just so much that they could have. And yes, there is the Hush, but you really want to get a lot of value out of the Hush. You can't really afford to just fire off an early Hush, because if the Hush isn't devastating and they rebuild, I mean, we saw it. It was you just need a Blade Squire and a Dream, and you can still find a win out of nowhere sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, Mudkip's at 12, right? I mean, he's already at the point where it doesn't even have to be a ton of buffs
All right.
It just has to be the right ones with the right unit. And there's all 3 of the best targets are on board for Shotox right now.
Yeah. I mean, Shotox being able to diversify here is absolutely great. I mean, if there's a survival skills, all of a sudden only one of these units is getting dealt with at all. And Shotox knows this. And this is great for them.
All right, just the pass, the slow game from Floppy Mudkip, making sure that they have enough mana to cast both Hush and Concerted Strike, protect against this pretty scary board that is being built. Riven gonna have to play on the back line potentially, but looks like Shotox may be going to go with everything, just considering the diverse options. 6 mana for buffs available. I get the feeling there's a survival skills at the very least, alongside a couple of the buffs in hand.
Could see if we see survival skills into Hush, that trade happens. Screeching Dragon actually lives that, which is nice. Though Shotox could commit axes to force that trade. Otherwise, I mean, it's a tough spot for Mudkip for sure. And I actually think that this matchup is actually more fun not knowing Shotox's hand here, because it's like, yeah, they could have Flurry of Fist, we know they have Axe. There's the survival skills to save the squirrel and to pump up the Riven. So now all of these trades are in favor of Shotox, and Mudkip has to pick their spots here.
Yeah, Mudkip has to pick their spots. I mean, they can go for the Hush onto the Swole Squirrel to have denied some of that, but instead just accepts all of those trades. And tries to draw a couple dragons. We're going to go for Screeching Dragon in particular, I believe. I mean, also going to find Shyvana, but I have to imagine Screeching Dragon was the target.
That one is a little not crazy, but I don't think I would have ever made that play. So
I think, Blev, this has to lead into exactly what you were saying about the Hush has to be devastating.
Right.
Now, if the Hush there just takes care of a Swole Squirrel that had 1 survival skills used on it, that's not necessarily devastating. Shotox still has the other, the Draven, the Riven on board, and a handful of buffs. So this Hush has to be held back. It has to be used when you're going to actually die. And unfortunately for Mudkip, Shotox has all of the threats in hand. They're all being able to come down and hit the board. And that's going to make things very tough for Mudkip, because it's going to be hard to make this Hush backbreaking. But until Mudkip is dead, I expect him to be holding this Hush until the buffs administered by Shotox are going to kill Mudkip.
Right.
That Hush is staying in hand.
Yeah, I like it. It's definitely strong here. Unfortunately, these trades are now going to happen. An elixir comes through, but the Swole Squirrels are definitely okay, I can do 1,000,000 damage and kill you instantly, but also only 12 needs to be done right now, which is not a ton to be done, especially if there's a couple of Flurry of Fists. I mean, this open attack itself is looking pretty decent, and there is no life gain in sight on the side of Floppy here.
Yeah, I mean, none in hand for Floppy. The star shapings, well, I say star shapings, but there's only a single star shaping in this deck. There are the Sun Forgers, however. This is the version running 3 Sun Forgers, so there is a way for Floppy to gain a lot of life if he finds those draws. Did draw a couple of cards already with the Dragon's Clutch to help thin the deck towards those. 4 options for card draw. As we see More buffs being played. Trying to get the Blade of the Exile.
Yep, now Shotox going to be diversifying the threats as much as possible to make this as awkward.
One to each.
Yeah. You get a buff, and you get a buff, and you get a buff. And this puts Mudkip to 1. Unfortunately, Mudkip does not have the luxury of just hitting okay. They will need to commit more. Or Shotox will need to commit more here to push the extra damage. But Mudkip is forced to block, which gives Shotox the ability.
This gets tough because Shotox can present lethal once again. Flurry of Fists is going to do just that. That will force Hush potentially. It can be led with a single combat.
Yep, I like the single combat. It deals with the Draven and says, "Okay, let's get that other survival skills out of here." And this is what we talked about, Casa, setting up the Hush to potentially be devastating.
Oh, there's an exact hand Shotox can have that would just end the game right now. Survival skills and a Whirling Death. And we'll see if that's the second card, because it was a survival skills. And there's a lot of Whirling Death options in this deck. Because we see the Hush. And then the Whirling Death potentially. Actually would only be 11 damage, to be fair. Would not quite end the game.
Yeah, if we have... Well, and actually the Whirling Death can be stopped by Sharp Sight as well. Sharp Sight would leave the Shyvana strong enough.
Ooh, Wrath. That's still one off.
Still one off, and the Monka Ez comes out. And like we talked about, Katsa, using every last bit of the Buffalo to get the job done. All of their resources are used here, and now Mudkip just kind of has to put some blockers down and hope it's enough. Has a concerted strike, has a couple of sharp sights, but is it going to be enough? I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but this is obviously the turning point here, right? Shotox, if Shotox doesn't win on this next turn, it all of a sudden starts to get very hard for them to win. Absolutely.
It really depends what these last two cards are for Shotox. Looks like there's a bit of lag on the streams, but that is a Riven level up. Blade of the Exile going to come down onto the Riven. There is a concerted, but the worry would be survival skills, I suppose.
Can't beat survival skills.
Have they all been played?
No, I mean, can't beat it if you're floppy Mudkip.
Oh,
you're not beating another.
Can't be. Yeah. Of course.
There's one left, I think. But Mudkip, I think you just have to be. You're resigned to that fate.
All right, another Reforge. Little bit of lag still on the feed. Come on, get us through there, floppy Mudkip.
Good enough. Okay, attacks coming through.
What's it gonna be?
It's survival skills or bust, right? I mean, there's no. I don't think there's really
Whirling Death potentially. Because this is going to be Sharp Sight.
Yeah.
Block the elusive. Yep. Concerted on the Riven.
Yeah. Whirling Death is another out. Although
because
again, Sharp Sight will
as well. Sharp Sight can protect.
Will save. Yeah. So it's Whirling Death. It's survival skills.
Flurry of Fists.
Not good enough.
Whirling Death.
Whirling Death. Another Sharp Sight.
But there's 2 sharp sights, I think, is the important thing, because
right.
Shotox can beat 11, but he can't beat 13.
And the last card, what was it?
It was a Reforged Blade, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can't beat 13.
Wow. Yeah, and I mean,
wow.
that's just going to be it. Oh, and he Garen cupcakes him. Oh, no. The devastation. That devastating emote.
And then it's just
absolutely backbreaking.
Absolutely backbreaking. As we do just get the Aurelian Soul to come down. If it's a unit to block and then immediately into specifically a Shadow Assassin on the next turn.
No,
but it's not even
there was a
remotely possible there.
Wow.
That's going to do it. Floppy Mudkip advancing to yet another grand final.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks, back to back from Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah.
Spectacularly done.
Is Floppy Mudkip the next Stan where it just makes the winner
always second? Well, he made it winner's
second.
side.
Yeah. Well, Stan was on the winner's side a couple of times too. But I mean, hey, that's there are worse fates than making the winners finals every time, let me tell you. For sure. So yeah, I mean, great match there. And let's take a look at the bracket here in just a second. I mean, the Draven Riven deck certainly did perform. There it is. Floppy Mudkip taking down Shotox 2-0. And we wanted the underdog to win a little bit, Casa, but the meta kings and the king of the meta kings taking him down.
Yeah, I mean, Shotox still going to have a chance to come back
Sure.
through the losers bracket, right? We see a Rigby took down Monte Cristo, Void took down Drizzle. So next matchup will be a Rigby versus Void, and the winner of that will be taking on Shotox for a chance at the grand finals. Potential for a rematch if a Rigby runs it all the way back and makes it to go up against Floppy Mudkip, right? There could be a rematch from last week's fight night, but still a lot of Legends of Runeterra to be played. Very excited to see as we continue to move forward through this bracket. It will be a Rigby versus Void coming up next, but we're going to go to a short break. When we return, more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Stream Raiders. We are moving on through the losers bracket so far here, Blevins. We already have one grand finalist in Floppy Mudkip, and now we're trying to figure out who will be joining them, starting out with a Rigby versus Void.
And we're going to check out Rigby versus Void. Of course, we've seen Rigby on a bit of a tear recently, of course, winning the most recent Empires of the Ascended seasonal and winning last week's fight night from the loser's side, to mention. So, you know, this would not be a first for Rigby to climb back through, make it to the grand finals, and do the reverse sweep. Would potentially be the first time that we've seen back-to-back reverse sweeps
on the same person.
On the same person, yeah. Oh, definitely on the same person. Just in general,
both times it would be against Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah, but at first, Rigby is going to have to get through Void, who we have not checked out yet, but they've got some not necessarily new decks, but an interesting pull here. I mean, two decks that were quite prevalent in the seasonal. The first one being the TLC Lysandra Trundle here. A deck that's kind of, you know, at least on the ladder meta, kind of fallen out of favor. But this is a traditional list, and we actually just saw in EU Spikes take down EU Fight Night with a TLC deck.
Yeah, I mean, TLC, of course, still good. It just has not been hit in any of these patches and continues to be at or near the top of the metagame. And it is a control deck. So as we see the meta shake out more and more, and you know exactly what to target, you can get your ratios right on your Vengeances, your Ruinations, your Withering Wills, you know, all the tech control cards. And the deck just gets better and better when things are more solved, which actually makes me a little bit more surprised that we have seen so much success from TLC right now, because we have 11 different archetypes. That makes it a lot harder for TLC to actually do what it wants to do, but that is the strength of this list, the fact that it has its own combo, its own game plan, just like Zombie Ash of old being able to be so successful when it showed up in tournament, because it didn't matter what you queued against, you always had that same game plan. To a lesser extent, there is the same thing for TLC. Of course, the control elements matter a little bit more in TLC. So it does matter a little bit more when you have the meta read. But at the end of the day, deck is just really solid and continues to prove that in Fight Night.
Yeah, I think Spikes in their winners interview was talking about how they actually didn't think, even though they went 3-0 against it, they didn't think that the deck was very good against the Zero Aurelia, and in fact wanted to prey on the decks that prey on a Zero Aurelia. Well, let me tell you, there's zero Aurelia decks in the Americas Fight Night. So Void certainly with the meta call there, but of course that's not their only deck. They did also bring the Zoe Vi deck that we I've called the Ruben Zoo or Ruben's Pile. I usually like to call it the Ruben's Pile if it has the Victor. Oh, that was Thrash Nexus. We're getting Zoe Vi in just a second. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly been a deck that, we've seen Riot Ruben Zoo popularize on the meta. There we go. And has seen, of course, a Rigby taking it to a seasonal championship with the deck.
Yeah, and well, Void going up against a Rigby right now. So a Rigby going to really know the ins and outs of this deck, and that might help him out in the matchup a little bit, because knowing so many matchups from the side of the pile is going to help you out in playing against it. But at the end of the day, we'll see how Void is able to pilot this, and if he's able to take down seasonal champion a Rigby. Void, of course, another person who was a member of that top 32 in the seasonal, just not quite able to make it all the way to the final, or as far as Floppy Mudkip in the top 4. I believe Void had a decent showing overall. I believe he went out top 16, still able to win his first round.
Sure. I mean, even just making the top cut is certainly a feat in and of itself. But yeah, as we've seen with Rigby and many other players, including Ruben Zoo, this deck really does reward you for your decision making, planning out multiple turns in advance, knowing your win conditions, all that stuff. I mean, you're making different choices every game with invokes. You're setting up. Sometimes you need to just burn them out with Get Exciteds and Mystic Shots. Sometimes you need to set up a Submersible win plan or a Vi win plan. It's all it's variable, and knowing the different routes that you can take to victory really rewards it. Really rewards you.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the versatility of this deck. I think that is one of the coolest parts about Targon, as much as it's no secret that I dislike Targon. I think that one of the cool things that it does is it has that versatility. It has a lot of different ways to play, and I think Ruben's Pile is one of the decks that showcases that the best. And I do enjoy at least watching this variant of Targon a bit more than some of the others. And it will be cool to see how Void is able to pilot this. It's not a deck that I always immediately think of Void when I think of him, but he's just so experienced in the game that really anything that comes close to the meta, it feels like Void can pilot at a top level.
I really like that Vi is starting to see a little bit more of a resurgence. I think Vi got hit like a lot of cards do, and they get hit with a nerf, and the community as a whole just goes, "Oh, nerf card equals bad card. Me no play bad card. Me play good card." And
I've heard them say that.
Really, yeah. I mean, that's actually just a quote from from Reddit there, but. Yeah, Vi still a very good card indeed, even though it did get a nerf a long time ago, and we're just starting now to see it again. But anyway, we're jumping into game number 1 of Rigby versus Void, the Cytherea. I think we can call this we can probably call it, I don't know, what's a good name? Matron.
I haven't had a good one yet for this, and I want to find just a solid name for this deck. I saw Mo's tweet about Aurelia Azir, and I really loved the name I had for that one, and I was like excited to see a lot of that deck this week and talk about it. And like, yeah, I got a new name for it.
Push the name,
and then we see Zero. It was Unlimited Blade Works. I thought it was fantastic. Just a shout out for all the weebs out there. I know Blevins didn't get that one, but
yeah, I didn't get it at all.
It's okay.
I just
you don't need to get it. You don't need to get it.
I just gave you an affirmative nod, and I can tell by your confidence in it that it was a good reference. It just wasn't for me, and that's okay. But I'm thinking like we've got Lil Sith, we've got Big Cytherea, and the biggest Cytherea is that's like Mama Cytherea, and Matron. I don't know. There's probably just not an appropriate name for this. The line you were going down was not. You were not getting us to a good place there, Blev. I was getting us to a place all over again. I was getting us to a place. It wasn't a good place. Anyways, back to the match here. We'll come up with a name at some point, maybe. Lady of Clouds, Cloud Matron. I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, anyways. I mean, there's like Cloud. Yeah, there's some okay ones, but I'm not like stoked about it. So we'll work on it, chat. Blev and I will really get into the writers' room.
Yeah,
and we'll come back with a real banger of a name, because I mean, a lot of the stuff chat's putting out are not bad. They're fine. They're like Matron of the Clouds or Cloud Matrons or Phantom Sith.
Cloud
they're
Matron.
Fine. They're totally okay names, but they're just and maybe that's where we end up. But give us a couple days.
Here's the problem.
We'll get to it.
I think Matron goes by Matron. So when you hear Matron, you know what we're talking about. And I think Cloud, it's not enough to the card because is it Cloud Drinker? I mean, no one's actually thinking that.
I mean,
but
no.
I see 10 mana Cythria. I know what you're talking about. But if I hear Lady of the Clouds, I don't necessarily know it's Cythria. Even though I do now because I'm talking about it and because I've played this deck, but it's a little off.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But for now, we'll see if Void can figure out how to get to his Watcher going up against this Dragons deck. Or not this Dragons deck. I'm looking at all these dragons on board. No, this is a Cythria deck. We've just been talking about it for the past 10 minutes. But see if Void can actually get his Watcher online before Cythria completely demolishes him with just massive units onto the board. I mean, obviously Ruination is going to be a solid answer to these Cythria boards, but other than that, it can be pretty tough.
Okay, I figured out the name, Casa.
Oh yeah?
Okay, so we've got dragons, and a lot of times dragons are called no, actually, I'm not making the joke. It was going to be a bad one. Anyways, back to the match here. The joke was going to end with me saying, anyways, back to the match. It was just where I was going to censor myself, and it was way sooner than a joke was going to be
pulled out real fast on that one.
Yeah, I was thinking it through, and yeah.
Then you looked at the top right corner and saw the sponsored logo on this your broadcast.
My whole career flashed before my eyes, and I cut the joke. I cut the joke off.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it, and I'm sure our sponsors appreciate it.
Anyways, back to the match here. We've got, a Rigby. This is an interesting one because both of these decks really kind of go off at a similar turn, and really the winner of whose combo, the determining factor of whose combo wins is who has the attack token when their combo's happening. And honestly, I think in general, it's probably in favor of a Rigby, I would think, because there's so much setup that needs to happen from Void. You need to have a Lissandra survive and play the 8 drops, or play the 8 drops, multiple 8 drops first, then play Lissandra, level up Lissandra, then play a Matron. Whereas a Rigby just needs to play a Matron and have a Cythria in hand. That's it. You don't need to do anything more than that.
Yeah, I mean, he just keeps playing big things to the board as well. Catagrin, that's a big thing for sure, but we'll see if that ends up being something that he's gonna go for. Buffing up his dragons is certainly not bad, but it's not better than playing a Cythria. So we'll probably raw playing a 9-mana Catagrin at some point in this game, trying to continue to pressure the board.
Okay, I figured out the actual name of the deck, and it's not inappropriate. Okay, so it's got dragons in it, right? So dragons, okay. And when you play Cythria, it doubles your attack. So double dragons, like the 90s arcade beat 'em up.
You say like I should know that, but I absolutely do not know what you're talking about.
You've never played the game Double Dragon?
No, I have not. That's a
banger. Oh, it's a great game. Well, I mean, it was in 1994 or whatever when it came out, but
I think -3.
Chat, type a 1 if you've played or at least heard of the game Double Dragon, please. Back me up here. I mean, I can't be the only one. Look, right?
I can admit that there are sometimes I will not get references because I'm zooming out of my goddamn mind, but I still I don't know.
I'm actually seeing a pretty good mix of 1s and 2s.
Chat is so
but a lot
old.
of 1s. But a lot of 1s. But a lot of 1s. I like it. It's a great game.
Old. Chat.
It's just an arcade beat 'em up. It's like TMNT Turtles in Time, another great arcade beat 'em up, but TMNT themed. But anyway, here's one way to stop a Rigby's combo. It's good old fashioned Ruination.
yeah, Ruination's great, right? We mentioned, you know, earlier, it's like, okay, that's going to be your one big answer. And then Void's going to have to go off and try and find the Watcher straight away. But Rigby still has another Cythria. Well, still not another, just has Cythria in hand, right? And Stalking Shadows is a fantastic card for Rigby right now because he could find another Matron and just continue to go off. And we'll see if that happens. There's the draw. No Matron. That's good for Void.
Yeah, it sure is. And I just got to say, the arcade discussion in chat is just, mwah. I absolutely love it. Also, Shotox became my new favorite LOR player by saying the Simpsons arcade game was the best. I'm rooting for them in all of their LOR endeavors because that is the best game of all time, my favorite. Anyways, back to the match here. Rigby kind of has a few kind of lackluster picks here. Dragon Guard Lieutenant can certainly help go wide and pull to maybe get a... I mean, if you set up a couple of Dragon Guard Lieutenants and then played... you know, Mama Cythria, we might be in a good spot to just be wide enough. But as it stands, goes with the Radiant Guardian. Perhaps just to get a 4-5 in play. I'm not sure.
All right, so Void does have the Fading Memories into the Ice Pillar. That starts to make me feel like Void is getting close to the combo. He went ahead and ripped that straight away. There's Liss.
Yep. It at least does make Lissandra playable now, because now Lissandra doesn't really need to survive anymore. The Watcher has been generated. And now, you know, a Spectral Matron will do it. Just playing, you know, some more, playing some more Ice Pillars on a later turn will do it.
Okay. And just an Avalanche. Yeah, Avalanche doesn't really get better in this matchup than this turn.
No.
So, seems like a good play. It's just going to be a glimpse from a Rigby. Yep. His hand's not really getting there for a Rigby, though. I mean, he's got the Cythria, but it's a little tough to set up a board that feels good to play it to.
Yeah, you really need to have your board developed beforehand and then play the Cythria. Which is why I almost liked the Dragon Guard Lieutenant pickup over the Radiant Guardian. Because, like, the Ephemeral Radiant Guardian is really not that great. I guess, you know, it's probably a concession to, you know, playing around Avalanche, but it's just pretty lackluster in general in this matchup, and Rigby might just be setting up to potentially go off on a later turn. Infinite Mind Splitter is a funny one. If Void for some reason went for their Watcher this turn, you could Infinite Mind Splitter it and keep it stunned down.
Would be interesting. Yeah. I don't know exactly the best kind of course of action for a Rigby. It feels a little bit doomed at the moment. A Rigby gonna go for the Mind Splitter stun to try and go for an aggressive end.
Yeah, and there's
Matron.
Okay,
okay. He knows. Yeah, all right.
Sometimes a Rigby will play through, but when you know, you know.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Ruination, of course, we mentioned that is the best way to win this matchup, right? It's just to be able to ruinate the first big board that comes out, and if they can never reestablish board dominance, well, you've won. And hey, just a textbook game from Void, having that Ruination, being able to continue to keep at least the board somewhat cold, and then there's no chance for Cythria to come down, buff everything up, and retake control of the board. Now, Rigby's gonna have to try again up against Ruben's pile, and Void just has to find one more win. He's got 2 chances on the pile to try and find a victory.
Yeah, it feels. I mean, it's the type of deck that, you know, it feels like it's always got a shot in pretty much any matchup. Which is a nice feeling to have. I would say that, you know, this matchup might be one that is harder to maybe push through, but we want to make sure that our Stream Raiders battle is not hard to push through. ! Stream Raiders in the chat, or click the link that was just generated. Get your units in there, and let's fight off these peasants and these orcs.
All right, jumping into Stream Raiders and jumping into the match. Rigby getting a Dragon Guard Lieutenant down just to block the goat, potentially. Not going to be able to get Challenger, as there is no dragon to behold. But you do want to stop many gems from being generated, or gemerated, as Blevins likes to say.
Of course.
So Void going to be limited to 1 from the goat. And finally a dragon to behold. So Dragon Guard Lieutenant now actually going to be able to deal with Zoe, potentially here. As we do have a Rigby picking up that Shyvana on the top deck. Actually have the Laurent Protégé as well. So does already have a good answer to the Zoe. In fact, maybe even a better answer to the Zoe with that 4 HP. Spacey Sketcher just going to discard. Was that the gem or the star chart that he just threw away? It was the gem. It weirdly looked like it was hovering the star chart. But I was like, that doesn't make any sense at all. And yeah, it was, of course, the gem.
Yeah, I don't think I would have.
I was very confused, Blevins.
I was there, but I could see a world. Maybe I could potentially see a world. I don't know.
I think it's just a visual thing, or my eyes not working because I don't wear my glasses.
See, if you would have grown up playing arcade games like Double Dragon, your eyes would be used to this straight. Those old arcade cabinets really fry your eyes.
As a pro player, scrimming like 12 hours a day, 7 days.
Yeah, but those are on modern screens.
True, modern screens.
The old fluorescent lights and the smell of stale pizza. Okay, I'm actually talking about a time that was before my time, but still, if you're over a certain age, you're as old as the oldest person in the world. So, you know. Anyways, back to the match here. Rigby trying to maintain board control here. A little bit of a clunky hand. Can kill a Spacey Sketcher. Doesn't really matter. Vi coming down is really clunky for a Rigby to try to deal with.
Yeah.
Just not a great way at all. I mean, even a Radiant Guardian just does basically nothing to it.
Yeah, but he does have the combo online, right?
Sure.
Like he's got Matron into Matron with the Cythria. So turn 8, turn 9, and turn 10 all being Cythria turns. So Rigby just has to kind of hold on until then, and I don't really feel like the pile is going to like pile drive a Rigby in 2 turns and end it on 8. It feels like a Rigby does have time to set this up, and maybe that'll just be enough.
Yeah, if Void can't end the game soon, like you said, that 8, 9, 10 is going to be quite devastating. So Void is going to have to keep the board clean and also put forth a threat, which is kind of exactly what Vi does, which is nice.
Yeah. All right. So just playing 2 mana 3/2s because there's no dragon to behold. Super cool star chart. Just going to buff up the board a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's still it's clunky for a Rigby, but not really getting threatened. The Vi is kind of scary, but I don't think there's a way to really push through with Vi. There's no. Is there a way to give it overwhelm?
I mean, at least the Vi is going to start chunking, right? Like, it's going to start doing a lot. I just don't know if the timeline is good enough. That's my concern for Void right now, is because of the fact that Rigby is getting to the point where he's gonna have these matrons online very soon, right? It's 2 turns. It's 2 turns away from just starting to matron Cytherea and just pump up this board to be obscenely large. I just don't know if this Vi is gonna do enough to really push through that. I don't think it has enough time.
Yeah.
Even though it is going to do good damage, it's going to pressure, it's going to keep chunking through. It just doesn't have enough time to do enough.
Yeah, and Rigby does have, the ability to go pretty wide here. Can even kill off the bot, the ballistic bot here, which is nice. Okay, ignition coming through. Just gonna ping a little bit. Also works nicely as an open pass.
Okay. It was pretty fortunate to draw this dragon, be able to potentially deal with the ballistic bot, but Rigby gonna pass for now. So he would be happy with just pass back and forth and then get to turn 8, play his Spectral Matron. Screeching Dragon going to be an excellent target for Cytherea to buff up when it hits the board. It's actually one of the best targets in this deck that gets buffed up.
Yeah, and now, Void's board, with the exception of Vi, is going to be taken down. Okay, there's a star shaping, so for no value. Though, Rigby is usually dealing damage in chunks of 20s, so you don't, whether you're at 20 or 1 doesn't matter all that much. That difference might, but whether you're at 20 or like 12 might not matter.
Your HP can matter in this matchup, but it's not exceedingly valuable, I think, is the point you're getting at. And
probably won't matter this game specifically.
Yeah, specifically this one, I don't imagine it's going to make a difference whatsoever. Screeching Dragon's not going to get a chance to actually get any value. But we could see single con. Well,
how that works.
It just feels like it's not worth doing this, right? Maybe it is. It feels not worth to me. It feels like just go matron, right?
When in doubt, put let's see, it would be 22 plus 6. Put 28 power in play.
Yeah, because this just, well, let me check my work. Yeah, this just loses to Pale Cascade, right? It also just loses to Get Excited on the 3/2. Well, I guess maybe loses isn't the best word to describe it, because the dragon would still trade with the Vi. So I guess you're removing Vi no matter what.
Okay.
I guess it's fine, right? What you can wait 1 turn and you've removed Void's only threat. So I suppose that's completely reasonable. And looking back through, you can survive the concerted, but there's no out to survive the dragon completely, I believe. So I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious, Blev, if Matron was better here, or if that play to remove I was better, or if they're both fine and you win either way. Might also be a prevailing answer.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the thing is if Void has I don't know. I my gut just says, you've got your next 3 turns are lined up quite nicely. Just play, get hundreds of power worth of damage on the board. Just do it, forehead. But I can certainly see this as being a fine line as well. This does set up, a very strong play. It also potentially makes Void think that there isn't the Matron combo in hand because of that play, which maybe led them to play a little bit differently, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's probably one of those lines that either way is completely fine, and you're winning the game pretty much no matter what. And we do see Rigby is going to take it with just that first Matron. I think Void realizing, this matchup is not going to go in my favor at this point. The game's gone too long. I don't have anything going for me on board. I imagine those star shapings weren't giving things that were giving much confidence over to Void for trying to find a victory. And We're just going to see a scoop, and they're going to pass it off onto game number 3 of Rigby. Going to be jumping in onto the Azir burn, going up against the Rubens pile. And this matchup, again, one that I have not seen much of just yet. But I am interested to see if a Rigby is able to just get enough early damage that the potential healing that can come out of this deck will not matter. Because that is the concern for the burn list, is the fact that this Targon deck does have a fair bit of sustain.
Has a fair bit of sustain and also has the PNZ burn package that can be used as removal. I mean, a lot of this early stuff on the side of a Rigby can be dealt with relatively easily, and it's going to be a question of how aggressive can a Rigby be, and is it aggressive enough to live through, get excited on your unit and star shaping to gain back a quarter of your life. It's I think on paper Void is probably pretty favored, but also this burn deck can really kind of win from almost anywhere.
Yeah, it does have a good amount of reach. It can get those very big swing turns as well. A lot of damage is capable from this deck. One of those 4LW specials, early season burn specials. Saw it with Pirates, but Pirates ended up being kind of evergreen. We still see Pirates pop up occasionally.
True.
And I'm curious if this Azir deck is going to follow that same line of just success that we have seen from 4LW brews in the early stages of a season.
I think Targon has some very good aggressive threats, and I think it makes sense to run it over Bilgewater potentially, because Misfortune is great, and Gangplank is fine, but some of the other stuff is just kind of lackluster, and Azir plus all the other cards really do the job just a little bit better.
And now the Azir on board for 3. It looks like a Rigby, considering just the open attack, potentially wanting to hold on to Fervor. It's the only thing I can really think of as to why we would go for open attack as opposed to anything else. Are there some development punishes that we could be seeing?
Well, open attack is just not super great.
Yeah, it's pretty bad here, right? It doesn't feel very strong. I mean, we see a Rigby obviously pull it back. This is a tough turn as a burn player, because there's not a good attack, and you can't really establish a good attack. So it becomes, do I need to do a throwaway attack in order to generate the Sand Soldier just for pressure?
Right. We seeing Fervor onto old Sumpy D to make this attack a little bit better. Would proc a Slay for... Yeah, I guess this is just trading Bakai Reaper for 1. Okay, actually trading it for 3 damage, so not the worst. And then you can Fervor it to...
Yeah.
Okay.
This is, I mean, you're getting 2 Slays. The Bakai Reaper gets to continue to be a potential threat on the board. I don't think that fearsomes are too incredibly, for lack of a better word at the moment, fearsome to deal with by the Ruben pile. I mean, you have Fangs, you have Mountain Goat, you have the Sump Dredgers, Mystic Shot. Yeah, there's just so many responses. And we end up seeing Azir sacrificed by this Fervor instead.
Oh, okay. That I think actually works out in Rigby's favor quite a bit, considering there's 2 Azirs. Which, I mean, that's a reasonable play by Void. In general, Azir is theoretically much scarier than a Bakai Reaper, but in this case, that's not necessarily going to be true.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was the best line a Rigby could have taken. I feel pretty confident in that. I think that what he did there was probably the best he could do, considering the circumstances that a Rigby is in right now. I feel like he's in a very tough spot still. He's got Ruin Runner, which is one of the bigger bombs in the deck, which is going to be helpful. But other than that, maybe getting a level to Zir is going to start to help things along. The problem is as this game goes longer, Blev, Void is able to pick up more healing. More cards drawn, the more potential healing is going to happen. Yes, there's going to be more damage for a Rigby, but the healing is going to be paired with value generation. And because of this, Void is going to pull further and further ahead the more turns that we get. And a Rigby doesn't have a path to victory that is in a very short number of turns. Charger gets to trade with Ruin Runner.
Who's the
1-to-1 with
scenario?
only some damage going to Void. And yeah, I mean, what do you do? You go down to 5 so that you can actually be aggressive. And at the end of the day, your Ruin Runner deals 5 damage and trades with a 1-mana card that was generated.
Yeah. Also, like, just looking at the hand, if Void had no board, this isn't, I mean, if Void's board couldn't block right now, it doesn't even, a Rigby doesn't even look that scary. Like, Void could just press OK and take this damage and not even be in that bad of a spot.
Yeah, it would be fine. I mean, it would turn on Darius, which is like, okay, I don't want to let that happen, but you can probably still win from that position. And we got Poro Cannon, so I think Void's just setting up a guaranteed
Zoe level
victory plus the Zoe level up.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's got a lifesteal unit to give everything lifesteal, if this wasn't already over, it's beyond over at that point.
Yeah, I mean, if Void was at like 10 now, I still don't think it's close. But it's close to close, I would say.
It's approaching close.
It is.
Yeah, there's Thermo. I mean, I figured this might have been the setup with the 1-mana Thermo on the previous turn.
Yeah.
Merciless Hunter. Okay, you can kill Zoe late. I mean, I think a Rigby realizes it too. He's trying to, he's just, you know, it's loser's bracket. He's got to play it out. He's trying to figure out, is there any world?
I mean, you have to pull the 5-3, right?
Nah, he knows.
Rigby sees it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No, I mean, it's a good attempt. He really tried. It feels like that matchup is definitely one he did not want to run into with the Azir deck. I mean, the Ruben Pile is great against these burn lists because of lifesteal, but also just we saw it there. The value generation of low cost followers or celestials that allow you to block and deal with the board in the early game gets you to a point where you have stabilized and you can apply lifesteal and actually heal yourself. And Void didn't even have to get to the point where he had to heal. He was just taking full control of the board, takes the victory, and Void is going to advance through the loser's bracket, make it all the way to the loser's bracket final. He's going to be going off against Shotox to try and make it to that grands. But a Rigby, our champion from last week, not able to continue on this week. But of course, still a great placement from a Rigby. He's been doing exceptionally in every tournament he's played in so far. This one trying out completely new decks away from the comfort picks he has always talked about, and still able to make a top 4 performance in this lobby. Really well done from a Rigby. And congrats to Void for moving on to that loser's bracket final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great play by Void, and really starting to show the flexibility. I mean, not that we haven't already seen it already, but you know, flexibility of the Ruben's Pile being able to be that sort of control, but also sort of mid-rangey aggro deck too. I mean, P&Z really, I mean, that sort of speaks to P&Z in general, but pairing it with Targon really seems to be a quite a strong combo.
Yeah, well, we will have to see how the pile stacks up to the pair of piles that Shotox brought this week around with Draven, Riven, and Ezreal Gangplank, because they've been working out so far, making it all the way to the losers final. We'll see if he can take down Void in just a few minutes. We're going to go to a short break, but more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Stream Raiders. We have made it all the way to the end of the losers bracket. Now we just have the losers final remaining. Excited to see how this pans out, but taking a look back as to how we got here, Blev, we see Void taking down Seku, Drizzoth, Rigby, all in the losers bracket after dropping in round one, and now having to face off against Shotox, who fell in the winners final to Floppy Mudkip, and now trying to take his very unconventional lineup to potentially a fight night victory.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked a lot about Shotox already with their crazy and to be quite frank, awesome lineup of the Draven, Riven, and Ezreal Gangplank. But Void is on pace to pull the squeeby. The lose in the first round, have your back against the wall the entire tournament, and make it to the finals and potentially win. They're going to need to get through Shotox before we start potentially talking about a return squeeby run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, this is the matchup first. It's got to be taking down Shotox. And I'm curious, do you feel like this, I would say, excessively standard lineup of TLC and Ruben's Pile? I would consider Ruben's Pile a pretty standard meta deck at this point. How do you think that lineup is going to fare against this very unconventional Draven Riven alongside Ezreal Gangplank?
Honestly, on paper, I think it's quite favored for Void here. You know, we have a Hush deck, granted only 2 Hushes. We have a Hush deck against you know, the Draven Riven. We know that can be, you know, quite strong as evidenced before with Floppy Mudkip, but you know, even just the burn can deal with a lot of what they're doing, and can stop there. And then, of course, you've got the over the top with star shaping. Same with TLC. I mean, there's not as much, you know, there's not a Hush, but there is a flash freeze. There are vengeances and ruination, which the deck, as we talked about before, doesn't actually have any answer to. There's no way to interact with a vengeance just in general. It's as good, if not better, than Hush. It's just more expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it becomes very difficult with the no denies not being able to deal with the big spells. You said flash freezes as well. I mean, it is just a single flash freeze, but there is the double copies of Three Sisters, which does equal out to essentially 3 flash freezes in that matchup, because you're probably going to be using flash freeze in that specific matchup, and it's an incredibly good card against what the Draven Riven deck wants to do. I think TLC is going to be rather difficult for that deck in particular. I know Ezreal Gangplank also might have some issues. It can be very difficult to actually stick the Dreadway, and you're not going to be generating as much tempo against TLC because the units you're playing are going to be cleared away, and the spells that you would be using to generate that tempo are not going to be finding targets. So that could be a little bit rough unless we see kind of like a perfect curve into a Gangplank or multiple Gangplanks and just trying to find a way to win through that. But I would imagine that this is going to have to come down to trying to beat Ruben's Pile, and doing that twice in a row, I think, is, again, going to be rather difficult.
Yeah, it's a deck that feels like it's got game in basically any matchup because of just how many different lines you can take and the different angles you can attack from. So I think on paper, Void is favored, but again, doesn't really matter what is on paper. What matters is what ends up playing out. Shotox has decided to lead with that Ezreal Gangplank.
Absolutely. Here we go. Going to be Shotox on Ezreal Gangplank, Void on TLC. And a decent curve to start things out for Shotox. I was talking about needing to really curve out aggressively, potentially find a Gangplank. So if we still get a Gangplank on 5, I'm still kind of liking this so far. Jagged Butcher, potentially for 1 or turn 2. You have the Ezreal that you can get online early, because using it to generate more Mystic shots is still going to be a solid game plan.
Yeah, double 1-drop certainly going to be fine. Granted, it does get It's a little bit worse against Avalanche, especially if Shotox wants to go for the 4 damage. Could instead go for just 2 and then play a 3-3, which looks like they are going to do.
Yeah, I like this. It's a little bit more board integrity against AoE. I mean, you mentioned the Avalanche. I think that's the specific one that we're watching out for here, with getting the plunder
Ravine
first
well.
before setting up. Yep. Oh, of course. Yeah, Ravine. Ooh, double chump bump is actually very good, though. I think even applying mushrooms can be solid in this matchup because the deck does want to draw through with things like Glimpse Beyond, but also, you know, you're looking for every point of damage. You're looking for things to play proactively, and Chump Bump is one of the best things that you can have.
Yeah, and we're even seeing Lissandra just developed as a body here. Essentially just going to block... Actually just going to block the Chump
the Wump. Yeah.
Okay. Chumpus Wumpus has been activated. And this is exactly the type of start that you mentioned, Casa. Shotox is going to need. Beat down early, beat down often, and really try to get in there.
Yeah, I think you saw the consideration of the mushrooms, right? Shotox realizes his gameplay. Oh, he hits the GP on 5. I said, you know, GP on 5, that's one of the biggest ways that Shotox can win is by curving an aggressive line into a GP on 5. And, well, there it is, perfectly. It's going to match up against the Trundle. Void, I mean, that's really the best you can put up is Trundle on 5 to try and protect best you can. But Trundle doesn't answer GP anymore because he's down to 5 health from 6 on the patch, like, months ago. He doesn't answer the gangplank.
Is there ever a world where you make it rain there just to get 2 damage?
2 to the face? Not. I think there's a world. I think there is a world. I don't think...
Still hovering those mushrooms.
Actually, I wonder... Because when else are you casting this? It has to be a thought of the spell mana over anything. Because when else are you casting that Make It Rain? What else is that going to do for you? 2 to the face is the best that rain gets.
A whale.
Here we see a whale.
Pretty decent. Essentially,
this
almost nullifying the attack.
Yeah, this is a great whale. It answers the GP.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Shotox really needs to find another GP. But at least there are some good options overall, right? We have another Chump Bump. The ability to apply some mushrooms to the deck to try and get a lot of extra damage.
I like mushroom, wump, thermo beam, the Bjerg, clear the board.
Yeah, I think it's a great line.
Get ready for it. I mean, unfortunately, the reality for Shotox is that okay, not even clearing the 3/3. I don't mind that either. The reality is that AoE is going to be good against this board kind of for the rest of the game. There's not really anything that Shotox can do against that. Yeah, there's Avalanche. No, I mean, Make It Rain now looks a little bit better.
Yeah, I would say it's not necessarily better than it would have been on the turn deal 2, but it's not bad. It's still a fine spot for it. So we would be able to get a good Make It Rain. Clear 1 follower, deal 1 damage. Certainly not the worst Make It Rain that you can get. In fact, this Progress Day is also going to be fantastic. Having that way to refill the hand. Really important to keep up the tempo, keep up the pressure. Progress Day, a card that was one of the best cards in the game to almost never play. Because of, I guess, power creep. Because nothing has happened to the card.
Yeah, I think it's also like deck optimization too, where it's like if your deck is very efficient and fast, like spending the tempo loss of spending 8 mana just to draw 3 cards, is not great in every deck.
It has
shrooms though.
Fallen off, but it's so much shroom damage has come through already, right?
Yeah. There's an ice shard, which I mean, Ezreal's still getting through, still getting a damage. Down to 6, down to 5. Is this just over?
Dead to magic, right? Dead to mystic, mystic. There's no unit on board to play the static shock on.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, that's just game. There's no one mana gain. There's no one mana life gain spell, I don't think. And this is gonna be Shotox taking a game with the Ezreal GP, where we weren't sure if that was gonna happen.
Look, I thought that Shotox would have to beat the Rubens pile twice. But I also did point out that there was one way that this deck could take down TLC.
Yeah, true.
And it was with a very aggressive tempo draw, which is kind of how the deck wants to play no matter what, to be fair.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of draws that could have been really bad if you hit a lot of the spells instead of the units, which is equally possible as drawing the units in this list, because there's so many spells as well, because, well, it's an Ezreal deck. But, of course, we see the God draw essentially was hit by Shotox. Yeah. He's able to take the win by around turn 8. I didn't actually see exactly what turn we ended on.
Yeah.
But able to find that win very handedly. And now Shotox has bought some space, right? I still think that these matchups are going to be a little bit tough for the Draven Riven, especially TLC. But I do think that it's doable for Shotox to find like the proper high roll with this deck between one of two games and find the combo to actually find a win.
Yeah, and we're going to be looking to find a win in our final Stream Raiders battle of the night. Let's blow it out of the water. Exclamation mark Stream Raiders in the chat, or click the link that was just put in from the Stream Captain bot. Let's get, I want to see 150 units in there. Let's go.
Alrighty, we're going right on in. Shotox already having the Draven because of the Draven's biggest fan. Got the survival skills as well. Already getting a lot of the early aggressive options that they want to be seeing. Vile Feast going to be cast on the Draven. Looks like setting up either a Blighted Ravine or an Avalanche, but also just trying to stop some of the early damage. Going to be going in. Still gets the 3. Gets another Axe generated. Biggest fan going to be traded away onto the Spider.
Yep, and there's the Ravine. No way to interact with that. Survival skills does not carry over. That is the beauty of Blighted Ravine, I guess, for the Blighted Ravine players, and the horror of Blighted Ravine for everyone else. But as we saw, Shotox does not necessarily need Draven, does not necessarily need Riven, and do it with a lot of, a ragtag group of 2-1s and 3-1s potentially. And the other cool thing is that these Dragon's Rages can actually deal with the Watcher. At least, actually, I guess if it's a 0-mana Watcher, it can't. So never mind. It doesn't actually do anything against the Watcher, unless you're killing them with it, which would be hilarious.
But we do still have some followers on board for Shotox, and we found out earlier that all you need is anything on the board to actually find the victory. Can even be a Blade Squire. A lot of the combo pieces are already assembled. Avalanche, though, potentially just going to clear everything away, so we will see Survival Instincts used, as there is not another follower in hand for Shotox. Shotox does not feel comfortable waiting around to see if they find one. Wants to use this attack token to get some pressure in. A lot of damage can be put forth, right? There is going to be, 2 blade fragments available. Of course, probably going to want to use the 1 to get the +2 damage. Save the overwhelm for later.
Yeah, if you're Void, you got to be pretty happy with that, right? The survival skills being used on this unit. I mean, there's just so many different ways to answer this. Nopify is good against Vile Feast, at least. That's a plus. Now, is that the overwhelm, or is that the...
It's the overwhelm.
It's the overwhelm, so
quick attack would be better right now, yeah.
Flurry would be potentially getting close to lethal.
Yeah, but no way to protect against even just a Vile Feast blowing over the board, so Shotox has to go for this kind of attack. Withering Wail too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, you're right. Nopify would have stopped a Vile Feast, but not a Withering Wail.
Stops Vile Feast, but does not stop the Whale. Babbling Bjerg pulling out a Matron. Shadow Assassin, though, some life potentially breathed.
Matron.
Okay, Matron into Matron. That's from Shadox's perspective. That's fine. It's not lethal.
Squirrel.
Okay, Swole Squirrel as well. It's not lethal. They don't care.
I think we're just taking all the damage.
Yep.
Setting up the Squirrel. I mean, it's kind of a hope he doesn't have it, right? I mean, that's where we're at. It's just play it all on the Squirrel and just hope that there's no vengeance, no freeze. And the likelihood that Void has nothing is just obscenely low, right?
Yes. It is quite low. Vengeance is always good. The flash freeze or the Three Sisters into flash freeze is always good.
Yeah, Void could also just let it go in and then just try and end on the next turn.
Well, again, this is the hard spot for Shotox, is that they kind of have to put forth lethal here, or else Void does exactly that. Now, the Dragon's Rage potentially changes that equation a little bit. It's gonna open with the Dragon Rage.
Okay. Looks like Blade of the Exile going to potentially be the play instead. Shotox is having a hard time with this turn because, well, it's a pretty tough one, to be completely fair.
Yeah.
Because if he goes for this, Void might just hit okay. And he does.
Yep.
So now, Shotox has to survive for an additional turn. There's Lysandra, there's the Watcher. I think it's probably done, considering.
Yeah, we know there's another Watcher, or there's another Matron in hand. So Shotox either needs to win this turn or...
Oh? Is there a kick lethal? Because it strikes first, so it doubles to 12. So it strikes Lysandra, doubles to 12, then strikes Nexus.
I did not know that.
There's a very YOLO kick lethal here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go for it, right? Yeah, vengeance, unfortunately, is always good. Yeah, and that's just going to be game in favor of Void here. Yeah.
I mean...
Hey, you put forth a win condition, which is more than you can ask for sometimes. So, definitely a valiant effort.
I respect it. I mean, I think this deck has a very serious threat to beat Ruben's Pile. I think it does. I think it absolutely does.
Sure.
There's less kind of point click, you're done for in the deck. There is, of course, the Hush.
Right.
But there's only 2 copies. And we did see Shotox play around a Hush beautifully earlier with the wide board. So it's about finding. Again, I'm going to talk about a draw that you need to see with this deck. He needs to find a deck that allows him to, or a draw that allows him to go wide against the Ruben Pile.
Right.
Because the full combo, while cool, is not really the win condition for Shotox here. It is entirely going to be a wide board and then drawing into those buffs to then spread and diversify your options.
Is Dragon's Rage just the nuts in this deck? Like, we're seeing Shotox at least consider keeping it. It keeps it in the opener. Okay, I might need to play around with this list a little bit, get the Dragon's Rage in, because Shotox is clearly valuing it much higher than I did.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's entirely a tech with Swole Squirrel, right? The reason you're playing this is because of your Swole Squirrel. doubling the attack on the first hit of the kick, and then dealing, that extra damage to the face.
Yeah, that's an interaction I did not know worked like that, which is quite,
okay.
I mean, hilarious to be completely honest.
Quick clear on the Draven.
Yep, gonna take out Draven and the.
It's a turn late.
Turn late, but also now a survival skills for a Swole Squirrel, which is nice.
Yeah, and considering you've got the Dragon's Rage in hand is kind of hilarious. And also this hand, like I was talking about at the start, it kind of has that same energy, the diversification of options. You've got the Riven, you've got the Swole Squirrel, you had the Draven. Potentially going to be able to set up for a win through these options because there are multiple options at the disposal of Shotox. And because Void has been having some internet issues, we don't have his hand. But that does give Blev and I a fun guessing game of, does he have Hush?
Does Void have Hush is the ultimate question that Shotox is going to have to calculate. And not calculate whether or not it's there, but calculate whether or not you can beat it if it is there. Because you can't control one of those, but you can potentially control the other. And Shotox now setting up the Swole Squirrel. I will say, if I haven't been paying too close attention, but it's now my attention is now drawn to it. If the only prismatic cards in this deck are the Swole Squirrel and the Dragon's Rage, that's a round of applause, everyone, because that is a way to do it. It's either full deck, none of the deck, or it's only the combo pieces. Those are the three options in my mind of what can be prismatic. Now, attacks coming through. Quick attack on to the Swole Squirrel. Obviously setting up for a flurry of fists here, potentially. Could be a might. Probably wouldn't be a might, but the flurry here. Actually, flurry doesn't really do anything. The only reason you would flurry is to just grant the double attack onto the squirrel. It's not actually going to strike twice because the first strike will kill the unit and then it will get phantom blocked on the second one.
Yeah, and there's no benefit to that because if there is the existence of Equinox as the cheap Celestial that was created by the Fangs, then you would just be really shooting yourself in the foot by granting that at this stage.
Of course, now Opify. Opify now an answer to that.
That is going to be solid. Combo pieces are all kind of here, Blev.
Yeah.
Meteor Shower.
Okay. No.
Survival skills. Wait, Blev, is it game? No, Hush is still on the table. Okay. I had a heart attack.
But here's the thing. If Hush is used now, then open attack with Might.
Because Rage plus Elixir is game. Like it's 20. It's 20 right now. And he has the mana. Does he just do it? He just rips it, right?
You gotta do it. Like, you gotta do it.
Hushes though, Blev. Even if he hushes, Shotox is still fine. Still fine. He's still okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just 20. Come on, is he dead? There's no Hush. There's only 2 copies. It's not there. It's not there, Blev. He's dead. Oh, he's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead.
Boo.
He's not dead.
Not quite dead.
Oh my god.
But that is, we talked about this in the floppy Mudkip matchup. That was a not devastating Hush. That was just a regular, okay, I need to save myself from dying Hush. Which that is another threat of lethal.
That's a very scary card with the Swole Squirrel.
Mm-hmm. Again, Void can just press OK here.
Yeah, I think he will.
The skip block button is actually one of the strongest tools against this deck.
Fantastic button.
But the thing is like not not to
Mystic. Okay, that
hey,
can be
Mystic gets
nope.
notified. This is not saying anything about the skill or knowledge of the players. It's just that is not a necessarily an intuitive thing to think.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think Void has weathered the storm. The hush was all that was needed. It gets really hard from here on out for Shotox.
Yeah, it definitely is.
It gets really hard.
But if we, I mean, honestly, if we have another quick attack granter, or if we just have another quick attack, we're going to all of a sudden be very powerful with this Draven's biggest fan.
Okay.
Hilariously enough.
It can get to 14 on the double attack. It's one off.
Now it is.
And now it's more than one off.
We still have another draw potentially. Do you ever just... The problem is you want to use your mana efficiently, but you also don't want to, like...
Okay, Riven.
Riven is nice. Riven gives you more options for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately on play you don't get a Reforge.
Right.
All right. Okay. I mean, 5 chip is good considering this hand, right? We see a might. Double flurry.
Double flurry of fist. I mean, there certainly is. Vi
with attack token, but there's a whirling death. Oh, another squirrel! Squirrel.
Okay. That gives everything elusive.
Ooh.
16, 18, 20. Boo.
Yeah.
Sag. Big Sag, but an absolutely spectacular run by Shotox with some really crazy decks, to say the least. I mean, that was, I think, a really interesting spot to bring those decks. I think they were actually in a pretty decent spot in the meta, and were certainly off kilter, but it is going to be Void taking that one down 2-1, and it will be Void facing off against Floppy Mudkip in the grand finals.
Yeah, really well done from Void, making it all the way back, the full losers run, as you said, but huge shout outs to Shotox coming in and playing these two lists. That was so much fun to watch and so much fun to cast today, getting the opportunity to see the Draven Rift with the Swole Squirrel and that Ezreal Gangplank deck as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see kind of Shotox's road as well as Void's road years. Of course, Shotox made it all the way to the winners final with these two decks before unfortunately falling twice in a row, falling out in third. But Void losing in round 1 to Monte Cristo, but makes it back up through beating Seku, Drizzoth, Rigby, and now Shotox will have a chance to face off against Floppy Mudkip for the #1 spot in this week's fight night. Mudkip returning from last week to be making it 3 in a row, but will he actually be able to get his first victory in a fight night? That's the big question we have right now.
And also Void pulling the Squeeby, and not only the Squeeby, but literally every single one of their matches so far has been 2. So have played the maximum number of matches so far, getting back into the grand finals, and potentially could go for the full maximum number of matches in a fight night possible as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Void can trigger the bracket reset. You know, Floppy Mudkip did lose from winner's side last week to a Rigby, and I know Floppy Mudkip is not trying to have that happen again, but we're going to go to a short break, our last raid of the night, so make sure to get any of your final units in. When we return, we'll have the grand finals of Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere.
Rigged. All the mods got all the rewards. Rigged.
Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Stream Raiders. I'm still Casanova, joined by the Blevins, and we are moving on through to the grand finals between Floppy Mudkip and Shotox. But before, and Void. Void won. I'm reading a bracket. I'm reading the script currently. But Void did win.
Don't read the next line, though.
We will be moving on very shortly. But before I get too ahead of myself, Blevins, why don't you go ahead and break down the format for anybody just joining us?
So Lootly will break down the format. There we go. I was going to try to rip it off the top of my head, but I was going to fail. So we get double elim bracket with 8 invited players. Of course, every single match is a best of 3. Players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. No bans for this, so just win with both of your decks, and that little black box at the bottom. Also relevant here, if the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, in this case, Void, a bracket reset will occur. The finals will play an additional best of 3. So if Void wins the first best of 3, we're playing another one. If Floppy Mudkip wins any best of 3, they are the champion, and we'll be getting that $100 first place prize.
Taking a look at the bracket here, we can see both of their journeys. We've talked about it quite a bit already, but if you are just joining us, Void, of course, dropped in round number 1, but has managed to make a full losers bracket run, almost playing maximum matches, only with a 2-0 over Seku.
Oh, I didn't even notice that before. Rip.
Over everybody else will be
Record's still
trying
attainable.
to continue this streak from the loser side and take down Floppy Mudkip. But Mudkip, again, 2 weeks in a row in the grand finals winner side, this time trying to close it out and finally get a Fight Night championship under his belt.
Yeah, and this matchup is very interesting because it's like Void is running sort of the old guard, and by old I mean like a couple of weeks, like from the last seasonal. Like that was the TLC, Ruben's Zoo or Ruben's Pile, kind of the meta from the Empires of the Ascended seasonal, and then Guardians of the Ancient comes out, and a new meta has emerged, and that's sort of where Floppy is at. Of course, Thrash Nexus was around, of course, during the seasonal as well, but the Dragons deck really has come to prominence in the last week. So it's a battle of the new versus the marginally less new.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I agree. I think this is still, both of these are kind of the expected lineups. I mean, Dragons is still so old, It's like it's new to our region as far as meta is concerned.
Sure.
But we've been watching Dragons in Korea and the Asian shard for months.
And Glop too. Glop always brings out Dragons every once in a while.
Glop likes them too. Yeah. We see them pop up, but really it was, the players on Korea, players like Boom Timo, that were constantly pushing Dragons even back as far as Monuments. And finally we're getting some success on the America shard with Dragons, making a Fight Night final here with Floppy Mudkip. And, Mudkip being someone who's pushed TF Fizz to all boundaries of the world, making top 4 of the seasonal, is the only person I think that brought it at that stage of the competition.
Yeah.
And kind of dumping that deck to the wayside, pick up some new stuff, at least kind of new with the Dragons, especially because Dragons has so many new additions to the deck, with things like Blue Sentinel being included in Floppy Mudkip's version. And the Dragon Chow, obviously not super new, but it is newer to this deck overall.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's certainly a deck that is very well positioned, at least in the ladder meta right now. Azir Aurelia, great matchup against that. A lot of these aggro decks, like the Azir deck, very good matchup against that. And also, some of the other aggressive matchups. I mean, your whole deck is just strikes, life gain, and efficiently statted units. Like, what more do you want to deal with a lot of these aggro and board-centric decks? It just outclasses a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does. And I think we may see some opportunities for the Dragons to do it once again, but we are going to jump in to game 1 of the grand finals. It's going to be Void on TLC going up against Floppy Mudkip, playing Dragons, and he's got some ramp already. He's got the Blue Sentinel online to give that extra mana. Try to find his way to get those Dragons down early, get a wide, aggressive board, and try and push through before he gets ruinated, or at least set up for a response to ruination to come down.
So I have 2 problems with Blue Sentinel. The first is I'm not convinced at how consistent it is. I mean, you're probably fine just taking the ramp at any time. It doesn't necessarily need to be on a certain turn, and you can almost always use the mana. So that from that end, it's all right. I'm not really writing home too much about Blue Sentinel. My real issue comes from the fact that if we're going off of the lore of League of Legends, shouldn't the person who kills the Blue Sentinel get the mana? I mean,
did you want like a big unit for cheap, but when it dies, it ramps your opponent?
Right. I want like a 5/5 for 2 or something like that.
5.
Oh boy, what have I done?
5,
Ruben, if you hear this, disregard that last sentence.
Yeah, I think that would have been a cool design choice, but overall, the thematics of granting mana on the blue buff is cool.
Yeah,
I still want the Brambleback to come out. I wonder when that. I feel like the existence of blue buff is kind of implies that red buff will eventually be released, and I wonder what that landmark will do.
Yeah, I definitely want to see more of the league stuff come in, which is really cool.
Yeah, all the Infernal Drakes. I think we had a conversation with somebody about that. That would be really cool to get all of them in. Or not in for all the Elemental Drakes, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but we are going to see Floppy Mudkip set up a board for this swing. Looks like he's a bit concerned about the Avalanche. If he goes for a development, if it would get punished. But also the open doesn't look entirely safe. It feels like the only thing safe to go in is open attacking with the Sun Forger to probably get the 5 damage in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the yeah, gets it all in, which is nice. And Void doing what TLC likes to do, which is pass the token back and say, hey, if you want to inch us closer to turn 8, by all means. Either way, Mudkip draws a couple of dragons, keeps their hands full. Board, not the most stable, but also, not in a terrible spot. Void now, sees an opportunity to play Trundle, but also, like, the open attack's all of a sudden starting to look a little scary, which is that is where you say, okay, I've got to pass at this point. Or I can't pass, rather. When open attack is going to, clock you for quite a bit. Can't always open pass, unfortunately.
All right, and it looks like just a concerted onto Grundle, and 4 mana is not going to be able to find any answer to 5 attack followers dealing with the Trundle. Sets up
Void
a pretty scary open attack, actually.
I mean, threatening lethal for sure.
Yeah, a star shaping to actually back up if there's. Okay, it's gonna be a freeze.
Yep.
All right.
Makes
Good
sense.
hush.
Oh.
You just want to really push the tempo here.
Well, what punishes you? Another 3 sisters?
Yeah. Another 3 sisters. Withering Wail. Withering Wail also.
Does Withering Wail punish you?
Well, it punishes you in the sense that it's not lethal anymore. And therefore, you have used your hush and not killed Void, and now you don't have hush for Watcher.
Sure. That makes sense. Yeah, it's certainly reasonable from Mudkip. I think, they're going to be able to pretty reasonably set up a open attack lethal this turn, I would think.
Yeah, it does feel that way. The concern would have to be if Void can somehow get a free Watcher this turn, but I don't know if that's doable.
I mean, it would involve many fading memories, and it would involve you would need
all your fading memories, right? And just be able to play.
You could do if you had 2 fading memories to get 2, and then had a matron into Lysandra.
Although I don't Watcher.
Yeah, then you would get your Watcher.
There's one.
Monka.
Okay.
All right. I mean, 1 more fading memories and a Watcher and a Lysandra would be enough.
Well, Mudkip should just hold up mana for Hush, and he's safe then.
Yes. That is correct. Yeah, because that would involve playing the actual real Watcher onto the board, which could be hushed.
Okay. See if the second fading memories is there.
This could also just be bait for a Ruination.
Oh, okay.
Monka.
Okay.
Monka Shake. And actually...
Well, there's no way that he's got the rest of it, though, right? There's just...
Well, still, even if he does...
There's still the Hush. Okay.
Okay, this is making me think that it's not there. Oh, wait, no.
No, because now it just is...
now it can just be Lysandra. Okay.
Well, I mean, but really, what's the odds he's got all 3 fading memories and Lysandra? Okay.
All right. Well,
sure is a good thing we held on to that Hush now, isn't it?
It sure is. Although it's possible that Mudkip could have won, but that's neither here nor there. Now, do you just play a 3-2. I guess no. You want.
I mean, you definitely could play out the Bright Steel Protector.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
You just keep board integrity. Yeah, it just makes sense, right? You just set up a block that way. Right. And you also actually, well, you don't need to, but you'd be taking 11 to the face potentially with all of these pulls.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can Floppy win here? That's the question, right? Can Floppy win on this attack? Makes more sense. Yeah, I was gonna say makes more sense for Void to actually kill something off with his Watcher.
Right.
Try and reduce the size of this board. Because yeah, Floppy has to win, or they have to find a way to get rid of the Watcher. Which I'm not sure if that is possible.
Or
Light Ravine.
Oh, that's
a heal and removes a lot of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Void. Yeah, he's not even gonna attack.
For Floppy.
Ooh.
Dragon Chow. Probably not what was needed.
Yeah, I would.
Mana. Yeah,
I would say not really.
Can't even start shaping into anything.
Yeah, both of the invokes invoke large things, when really an Equinox is what you would want.
Right.
Because the play effect on Aurelion is the same as star shaping. So you can't get anything you would actually want here.
What if I think you have to play Aurelion. You play Dragon Chow, you play Aurelion, you hope to draw an Aurelion, and hope that the math checks out that you can actually cast the Aurelion spell. Even though I don't think you can, you just kind of hope that you can. That's my line.
That's your line?
I don't know. How much does it normally cost, and how much does it reduce per dragon?
Oh. Filthy Gamer Weeb has a very large brain, by the way. If you had star shaping, you could have gotten Great Beyond. And it's reduced. It looks like maybe his math was off.
Cost reduction.
It looks like maybe his math was off. But the cost reduction was a very important note that I was overlooking, because that is a potential way that the win could have happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But there wasn't actually enough mana for that. But that was a cool line. That was actually really smart. That was a really good thought, but it's not something that actually could have been pulled off. And
it wouldn't have worked anyway.
Yeah. I mean, there was a second Aurelion, so there was a chance for a second, right? But the Aurelion gets killed.
Wow.
I mean, that was the way, right? He actually found it.
Actually would have had it.
Yeah, he actually had a way to still win that game. But the Vengeance, able to just answer the Aurelion Soul. And because of that, that's going to be the first game going over to Void, trying to make it a bracket reset. Just needs one more. Send us into that bracket reset state. Mudkip going to try and bring it back in these next two games, but he's down 0-1. He's having flashbacks to last week against a Rigby. Doesn't want that to happen again. Wants to be able to close this one down.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a nightmare scenario when you get into two fight nights, grand finals from the winner side both times. It feels like you statistically are so favored, and to let that fall from your grasp is just devastating potentially.
Feels bad. But Mudkip gonna queue up dragons again, going up against the pile. It's like a full mull for Mudkip this time around, trying to find some of the lower cost stuff to curve out, help the early game a bit. Considers keeping a Sun Forger in case Void is on a very aggressive hand. He'll heal up a little bit. No dragons to be beheld just yet for the Dragon Guard Lieutenant. Just passes to turn 3, bank that spell mana.
Yep.
Goat not going to be able... Well, Goat could get an open attack for free. Dragon Guard Lieutenant, unfortunately, unable to behold. We see Mudkip upset about it, and there's Shyvana, of course, 1 turn late. But the Protege will be a better trade regardless.
True. Too little, too late, but Shyvana is going to be nice. Does line up pretty well against most of the stuff in Void's deck outside of, procced Submersible and Vi.
Yep, second Shyvana picked up as well. It is an attacking turn on curve. Always feels good when you've got the Shyvana. It will just be a thermogenic beam. Deal with that for 5 damage.
Yep, that'll do it.
Just going to deal with the Goat. But it did generate 2 gems, so the Goat's done plenty of work.
Goat has done a lot of work, but the Shyvana eating a 5-mana Thermo is also pretty decent for Mudkip. I mean, it's a small, an incremental advantage that, of course, Void does a lot of, but it is keeping, Mudkip, I think, at parity at least. 6, 2, 2, 4, 6 real cards. So Void a little bit ahead, but it's honestly pretty even if you factor in board sort of power as well. And, just card for card, I think Floppy Mudkip's units are just going to be stronger in general than Void's until you start getting into star shaping turns and, potentially big Vi's.
Yeah, but even then, Mudkip has his own star shapings. He's got his own Aurelians.
Yep.
He can still match that point of the game. And in a lot of the early stages, your stuff costs a bit more, but you are going to have a lot more power.
Right.
See, this turn feels like there's a couple decent options. I mean, you could try and set up for Radiant Guardian. Open Pass is very surprising to me. But it looks like knowing Void is probably going to want to be playing the Ignition because there could be a Vi in hand as well that he's trying to pump up. There's a lot of reasons why you'd want to see that. And you see the Ignition played. It goes to Sunforger. So Mudkip just trying to heal back up a little bit. Another beam onto Shyvana. I mean, she could be saved, but it would take a lot of resources.
Good?
Actually, not quite. Not quite.
I think
it would be, one off.
There's a 0 power unit. We could have saved it, but unfortunately it was not there. Now the Dragon Guard Lieutenant once again looking for their captain, their dragon. I just imagine the Dragon Guard Lieutenant, like, without a dragon, it's just like looking out like that, but it is staring like directly at a castle wall. Like,
I mean,
just staring right at a wall.
These Dragon Guard Lieutenants so far have basically needed to be animated to be like the mod check emote. They just teach me mod dragon mod check.
Yep.
Where's it at?
There's one.
I found one. Once again. This time, I would say just in time for the Lieutenant. Equinox gonna come down though. Silence the challenge at least, but still gonna have a challenger.
Still a dragon.
Still a dragon. Just a quiet dragon. Not. We've made this joke before, but it's not it's no longer a screeching dragon.
Right. It's a tame dragon.
And with the attack token, Mudkip should be able to set up for this Radiant Guardian to actually get its buffs.
Yeah,
utilizing these challengers.
Absolutely. Radiant Guardian is going to be pretty great against this deck in general. I mean, a lot of the over-the-top is either, elusive threats from, like, Zoe or unit Celestials or through burn. So being able to heal back and stop any of the sort of regular combat from being meaningful is definitely going to be devastating for Void.
Yeah, and the board position just so heavily to Mudkip's side, and gonna be able to get the Radiant Guardian to protect it even more. But we do get the first star shaping from Void, and that was a snap pick, so it feels like he got a good one. I'll have to see what it turns out to be. Potentially next turn, we could see a big bomb dropped. Ballistic Bot can hit the board, continue to generate those ignitions each turn, help pump up the Vise in hand, give targets for Spacey Sketcher. There's a Moonsilver.
Okay.
So whatever is being played might be something pretty big. I don't think that actually hit the star shaping thing, so it was something else.
Oh, interesting.
It actually got reduced. No,
that was the Great Beyond.
There just must have been another card on the far left. Or these arrows are just not going where I expect them to go.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, we have all sorts of visual bugs from time to time, so I wouldn't be too surprised. But now, the Great Beyond can technically be dealt with, but it will be costly.
Yeah, single combat and concerted. Or hush concerted.
Yep.
Both very strong answers. There we go. And this will allow Mudkip to also develop further. Set up for a very good swing to start getting some chip damage in onto Void.
Yeah, this is looking quite good for Mudkip, but the problem is kind of running low on cards, so their timing attack needs to be pretty quick here, as any sort of additional invoke or big celestials are potentially just going to close out the game on the side of Void quicker than what Mudkip is doing based on what they have in their hand and in play right now.
Yeah, I mean, Mudkip, as you said, art is completely out of steam, but this board is pretty strong. The question will just remain, does this board get him the rest of the way? And that answer is a little bit tougher because really it depends on if Void has another star shaping. Does Void have a Vi? Because Vi can start to get some very valuable trades onto this board. If both of those cards are in Void's hand, it might be kind of doomed. So this is certainly going to be more of a question as to what Void has than anything, because right now Mudkip's board is strong but manageable.
Right.
See Solari Priestess instead going to be the play, and even Solari Priestess into something like Golden Sister does a really great job of dealing with a lot of the threats that we have on this board.
Yep. But the Lieutenant, at least, finally, a dragon beheld, potentially can deal with a Golden Sister. Warrior, just going for a 5/5. Still can get, most of the combat can still happen. Looks like Mudkip actually just going to go for all of everything coming in.
Yeah, just get as much value as possible with the challengers, I suppose, and then you've got the sharp sight so that the warrior can't even get a value trade. It could you might let it trade straight up, but you wouldn't let it value trade with your screeching dragon. You could just go for the sharp sight. But you also feel like maybe you need to hold the sharp sight for stopping an elusive, but maybe that's not the winning play. I guess the thing is you just need to play for your board. Do you even just single combat to continue trying to play for the board? Feels kind of hard, but it feels like at this point you need to commit.
Yeah,
and
I think
you just go for this. Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like it needs to be. This next attack has to be the one, right? So, I like the sharp sight committed because one giant elusive is not going to do it. if the play is just like if it were just like a Great Beyond, I think Floppy Mudkip beats that a lot of the time. If Void is able to go wide, we have just another good attack from Mudkip because the board integrity is still pretty much all there.
Yeah, iterative just to get a blocker.
Protege.
It also actually can get a value trade. That's a really good iterative.
Yeah, very strong iterative there. Another iterative on to the ballistic bot. Okay, single combat potentially opens things up. I feel like you have to have a very yeah, there's really nothing else to do. I mean, it's just got to be open attack, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mudkip had to hit Aurelion, right? It maybe next turn is still fine because you still kind of have the board right now.
Definitely still have the board. It's just, you know, how much damage can you reasonably get through? How much are you actually able to play around Void having? Because you could theoretically say, I'm going to preemptively single combat and hope you have nothing to get more damage in. That actually... or a 12 would be lethal, would present lethal if Void is on 0 additional units. So that's tough for sure. I think it's just got to be open attack, and maybe you can get a value. You can get value out of single combat.
I mean, that's got to be the look, right? Maybe you even use the single combat from the Soul Forger onto this ballistic bot. Keep your dragon alive. Just to keep this board as wide as possible. Trade a 2-for-1 there. But looks like this full trade is fine for Mudkip. Hold the single combat for maybe something better. You push Void down to 3. Only 3 cards left in hand for Void. One of them's Great Beyond. Still needs 2 tokens. And it doesn't stop your board.
Yeah, still winning through this.
Oh, I mean, at least it's challenger, right? At least it's a challenger.
It is. 13. I mean, we're still winning right now for Mudkip. This is still
currently winning. That is
winning
tough.
less.
That is a great pickup. Maybe you even just single combat that with Radiant Guardian so it heals 1 less, but I don't know if that's even enough. You'd still have to get 2 attackers in, which you could do. So theoretically that could work. Or you can pull it to the end, single combat the Zoe, and then use the challenger to pull the Fangs to the end.
Yep.
I think Mudkip... yeah, I mean, he's... what are those last 2 cards from Void? That's the question, right? One of them's a Celestial.
Right. And if it's a unit, it's got to be played. Equinox wouldn't do anything. Fallen. Comment onto...
so that the lifesteal can still be placed. Dragon's Clutch. You can find the dragons. I mean, that's a
coming in
draw.
Dragon's Clutch right now.
Yeah, yeah. That's massive. But Mudkip still needs to win here. Draw the dragons. Screeching Dragon gives Challenger. Oh, can you play both? You can play
both. Yep.
Wait. It's Nightfall.
7 plus. Oh, that's right. It's
Nightfall is the generate, yeah.
Well,
But you could generate a Celestial and get an elusive one.
Or do you just go for this is technically
the dragon and try and win? Yeah. No, you definitely try and win. You should try and win.
Unless.
Yeah, the lifesteal only heals you to 12. But right now,
this is still
right
lethal.
now this is still yeah. Right now this is still lethal.
And it is. Wow.
Okay. Yeah. So the last card was a Celestial, right? So it couldn't have even been played.
Oh, right. Okay.
There's nothing there. All right. Mudkip finds it.
Whew.
Ties it up 1-1. Ooh, that draw got really scary. That got really scary for Mudkip. I think he played that really solid. I think he played that really solid with the board he had, keeping it alive. Really well done.
That was really well done for Mudkip. I'm just wondering what were the options, because that last one, you're right, was a Fangs card, right? So
yeah, it had to be, right? I believe.
What were the three cards that were offered that did nothing there, right? Because a unit would have been good enough, right? So it had to have been 3 spells. Yeah,
it was like
I don't know.
Moon Glow plus Moon Silver
Equinox
plus
would have done. I guess Equinox.
Yeah, and Crescent Strike would have been fantastic.
Oh, Crescent Strike would have been amazing for sure.
Yeah, it had to be. I mean, I think chat spamming probably the right one, which is Moon Silver, Moon Glow, Equinox.
Yeah, that does
it would
nothing.
Have to be like those 3 options,
sure.
And like none of them actually like make you win,
right?
In that spot,
sure.
Like the Equinox would, it actually wouldn't have done enough.
Right.
No, you could put it on the Challenger.
Oh, you're right. So,
so what was the 3rd card? That was
Moon Silver, Moon Glow. Because the 3 cost. The 0, the 3, and the 1 did something.
Maybe everyone in chat and our brains are broken, and it wasn't a Celestial, but I'm pretty sure it was a Celestial. Like I'm like I feel pretty positive that there was a Fang Celestial in hand.
Right. Anyways, back to the match. We are in game number 3 of set number 1. Mudkip needing to beat the Rubens pile with Thrash Nexus.
Yeah, and I mean, this is doable for this deck. I mean, the reason this had such a high play rate in the seasonal tournament is because its ability to win many a matchup, just being very consistent and finding good lines. And, well, this... Oh, geez. This hand from Mudkip. Pretty scary.
This is like, I feel like I'm Void right now. This is how my opponents starts with this deck are.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like, this one, you know what? They didn't want me to win this one.
Okay, and it's going to be a Thermo, but
okay,
that opens up room for this Spirit Leech. Come down and pull the prey. It's just going to be the open attack first, though.
Yeah. It just makes things worse for Void.
Like blocking, it's like you obviously need to stop the damage, but you still don't even feel good about it because then the Bakais just get cranked up and hit you harder.
Right. Blocking the 3-1 just it only blocks 1 damage, right? So it's effectively a 1-1 blocking a 3-1 overwhelm, except it's actually worse than that because the buff is permanent for the Bakai.
It's so rough. This is done. Mudkip's winning. Maybe. I mean, Fangs. That's a good draw. That's a great draw.
Fangs helps.
Really good. It's very, very good.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Spirit Leech. Draw a couple Merciless Hunter Nasus. Oh god. Okay.
Okay. Well, the lifesteal can now get pulled over to the side.
You can
Nasus. I mean.
How about atrocity? How about atrocity too?
I don't know why Jay Leno started commentating, but
anyway, so he cast an atrocity.
We're gonna get sued by Jay Leno, aren't we? Anyways, back to the match here.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, Zoe going down to a Vile Feast.
And then you just Merciless the Fangs and open attack.
Yeah.
It's actually just done, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, poor Void. But, you know, okay. No thanks. I don't know if that actually solves everything, but it's nice. There's still a glimpse beyond to stop the healing from the first Fang.
Right.
And then
at least another blocker.
But I mean, is he alive? I'm not sure. It's pretty rough.
Okay, attacks come through. The 1/1 pulls.
Gonna have a star shaping too, so we have to think like there could be healing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let the game play out and see what happens.
we can just get some bless RNGs or something in the chat for Void, and we just hope that he's gonna be able to stay alive for his sake.
Right.
And you know, if not, you put some smorks in the chat for Floppy Mudkip, because he's just getting that damage in real quick.
Let's say we block. Can we block the 5/2? No. So we need to block the 4/1. So you're effectively at 10. You take 3, 7. You're effectively at 12. You take 3. Okay, the guiding touch allows it so that you can block like that. Maybe a mystic shot on a Bakai. Okay, another block. Okay, get excited.
Get excited. I mean, that stops plenty of damage. We're going to see the glimpse put out to stop some healing. But then there's still, I mean, just Nasus Atrocity is in hand. But Hush is very good against Nasus.
Hush is quite good against Nasus. Thresh is quite good against this deck in general. But I mean, even after all this, I mean, the board is definitely stabilized-ish. Well, and of course, as I say that, a bunch of power is put on the side of Floppy Mudkip, but I mean, really, it obviously comes down to, you know, what is Void able to follow up with? Is there more healing? Is there a Hush? Nasus is already a 9/9. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, the really scary thing about establishing a Nasus right now would be that you are forcing Void to never tap below 3 mana when they're already behind. However, the Thresh can still be very good here.
The only problem I have with Thresh is that if there's a Vi that could potentially deal with the Thresh very cleanly.
Yeah, that's a good point. If there's one that's being cranked up already, it can just kind of come down and just eat a free Thresh. Right. Yeah, that's fair. I like.
Hey, there it is. Of course, well, not going to be able to eat the Nasus for free. Yeah, but is going to be able to trade with the Nasus.
And I guess Floppy's good with this trade because now he's got the Thresh to come down and try to level up the Thresh, get another Nasus out. But this does buy a lot of time for Void. Well, a lot is relative.
It buys
some time.
Yeah, open attack is no longer lethal. I feel like this turn starts with Thresh almost every time.
Yeah, I mean, it starts with Thresh. You try and get as many ticks towards your Thresh as possible.
Thermo Beam. Okay, Crescent Strike. Definitely slows this turn down by quite a bit.
You can go for the Butcher. Yeah, a little awkward. You can't play your Dune Keeper.
Right.
But you could go Butcher, attack in, and if it trades with Cosmo, you can Black Spear the Ballistic Bot. I think that's pretty value.
I mean, you can always attack in with your caretaker if you want, or your keeper. I kind of feel like there's very little value lost by attacking with the keeper. And every point in this game is definitely going to matter, right? I mean, I feel like you can definitely attack with that keeper there. I don't think there's too many. I don't think there's too many punishes.
Yeah,
maybe not. Maybe I'm too smooth brain.
I mean, maybe, but the star shaping is big. It was almost completely blown out of this game, but he's already been able to heal back to 13.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a star shaping card in hand, and now Solari Priestess can find some very strong answers to a lot of what Mudkip wants to do.
Yeah. And comment onto Thresh is pretty good, although there's still quite a bit of board on the side of Mudkip. I mean, Golden Sister, I think, is probably the best thing, right? There's the comment onto the Thresh.
I mean, that's big, right? Like, Mudkip is running out of stuff.
4, 7, 8. Okay, yeah. I think I was wondering if just playing the Dune Keeper last turn just to get a 2-1 into play was worth it, but open attack wasn't going to be lethal.
Yeah, and Dune Keepers really aren't cutting it right now. Gonna have to be. I mean, a swing in does 8 potentially on open. Puts Void down to 5, but that's not even atrocity range either.
Probably, I think. Well, he
I guess it
the
would be
4-3.
7. Yeah, it'd be 7. So still not within range.
Right.
Atrocity.
But if the 2-1 came out last turn, then it would actually open attack would put Void into atrocity range. But this potentially still does. I mean, there's been 2 Fangs played, so the chance of a third is low. There is still 1 more left in the deck. But now this attack, you go block, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, it's the same attack, except now your Hunter is dead.
Yeah.
I low-key think that playing the 2-1 last turn and just open attacking to put opponent to 4 was nice. I mean,
yeah, that was that. I think that would have been a good play.
Might not end up mattering.
Submersibles online, Void getting the draws. I mean, still, Mudkip could just be an assist away from victory.
Right. But there's still, but with Nasus, there's the threat of Hush. If opponent is at 4, Hush does not stop the 4-2, and that's 12. Yeah, that's I mean,
that's it. I mean, it's not. You could atrocity to survive.
Oh, and that's
but wow, that's Void taking it. There's a bracket reset.
Yep,
we're getting potentially 3 more games, at least 2.
Mm-hmm.
This Void holds on, weathers the storm once again. Yeah. This time, gonna be moving on to the bracket reset. Gets 1 more chance. Floppy Mudkip, rather, gets 1 more chance to try and take down Void. Try and become the Fight Night champion. Void trying to get his first Fight Night win as well. They're both of them have been on before. Neither of them have won. Mudkip has been in the finals. Those flashbacks of a Rigby are definitely coming back strong this time as the bracket reset comes through.
Yeah, they absolutely are. In the Rigby match, it felt like Mudkip was actually behind the whole time because of the matchup. This feels much closer, so and we'll have to see.
Yeah, it looks like players are having a few issues getting ready for the bracket reset, but they will be starting very soon. We're going to run to a quick break, but when we return, we will have the final match of the grand finals between these 2 players in the bracket reset. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Stream Raiders. We're in the grand finals. Bracket reset, baby. Void took down Floppy Mudkip in set 1, coming from the losers bracket. Now, we have a final best of 3 between these two to determine who will be this week's Fight Night champion.
Yeah, we have one final best of 3. And, thinking back on it, Casa, remember how that last game started? It was insane.
Yeah,
and
we thought it was over. We're like, oh, we feel bad for Void. It was just domination.
Didn't matter. And I mean, I don't want to, keep calling out my play, which would, as we found out, would have led to victory. But, at the end of the day, it maybe was or maybe wasn't the right play. But little things like that, potentially making a huge difference in these matchups. And it just goes to show, like, there's so many wrinkles to these matchups. It's not just drawing the right cards. It's not just, having the most OP deck. We've got a lot of play to these games.
Yeah, absolutely. Mudkip already getting a right of calling onto one of these Cursed Keepers. A-Bomb gonna start to put some pressure down, and now a Merciless Hunter can keep the pressure up, but we might just see Cursed Keeper into something like a Glimpse Beyond even, just to try and keep some of this pressure going. Doesn't need to be cast right away, but it is a consideration moving forward as a way to continue to establish this board thresh available for turn 5, potentially trying to get that level up, but it can be very hard to get that level up against TLC.
It definitely can. The beauty of this board right now for Mudkip is that it is avalanche proof right now. Yeah. Avalanche would remove 1 power from the board right now, which is certainly not great. The Vile Feast is pretty good, though.
Vile Feast ends up being pretty good, but it's still 5 damage to Void's face. Blighted Ravine. Looking like Void just wants to pop open the Russian doll a little bit early. Try and stop the potential of the board being avalanche proof forever. Just look to set up other options of removal.
Yeah, absolutely. And these Black Spears just really, I mean, they're okay in the sense that you can deal with Lysandra. But I don't know. Void is probably not gonna be in a hurry to jam a Lysandra out just for, just for fun. It's possible that they might think the coast is relatively clear. But outside of that, Black Spear be really quite lackluster.
And we're gonna see the Thresh comes down, but again, mentioning it's really tough to get the level up, so this is just kind of a 3-6 bonk that you're gonna be trying to send towards the face, trying to deal some damage, because we don't have Nasus just yet. And even then, getting a lot of slays can be very hard as well, because you can slay your own units, but you're not really slaying anything.
Right.
Void side.
I mean, is Nasus a 2/2 right now?
Well, not quite, because we have the right of calling.
Right. So maybe is a 3/3, which is kind of hilarious, but nonetheless. All right, Withering Wail. That's going to be a grasp to get some cards, get an additional slay, get Nasus up to a healthy 4/4 now.
Oh boy!
Right
there he is. I mean, we'll see. It should be.
Oh, now we're going to be 5.
Is the kill. Oh,
6/6. We missed one.
Yeah,
that's okay.
But still, rather small. But 6 mana, 6/6 fearsome is at least like somewhat playable. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's close to the vanilla test. We are outside of Ruination mana.
Yeah, which
is nice.
I think. Yeah. It's just it makes your open attack a lot scarier, and you don't really want to develop next turn anyway. And you've got good responses to like Vengeance, right? We got Glimpse. pretty solid.
Sure do. Yeah, this is fine. I mean, not ideal, but Thresh also getting closer. Nasa's gonna be a 7-7 now.
Okay,
Yeah, there's another one.
Is Blighted Caretaker, that gives potential for more slays, but there's not a great target for it straight away. You might just open attack for 7. There is Ruination mana now, so kind of feels like open attack for 7 is your best bet, and potentially try and set up a later Nasus Atrocity play when you have 13 mana.
Yeah, get your damage while the getting's good. I mean, there's not really a ton of answers. I mean, if a Vengeance, if the last Vengeance wants to be used on either of these, I think, Mudkip is perfectly fine with that. Outside of that, it's like double Ice Shard, or actually that doesn't even kill Thresh. Yeah, I feel like open attack's pretty good here. Anything outside of that, I feel like is just asking to get ruinated, which is not the end of the world, but it's just puts such a damper into the aggression that Mudkip has now.
Wow, just a straight up pass.
I feel like if I'm Void, I'm just pog tasty right now, just licking the chops like you gave me an open pass. I'm the one who passes. I will slam this.
Yeah,
and he
I cannot
does.
think of a reason you would ever not take that pass if you're Void. I feel like that had to be an open attack. As much as it sucks, I feel like it had to be.
Right, because if you are, I guess, the thing is, if you're trying not to play into Ruination, how are you ever not doing that, I guess, is the question. I guess you can develop now. Wait
now
till
Trundle is played, now you develop, right? I mean, you just have, there's no logic past that, right? It has to be now that he's played it, you look to develop.
Right.
Mudkip goes for, I mean, the only thing you can develop is Nasus, so it has to be an Nasus play.
Right. Babbling Bjerg.
Okay, you can clear that with box.
So you can clear that with box, yes, but where does this put Thresh at?
4 of 6.
And we can go up to 5 with right. But that's still not. I wonder, was there ever a world where you caretaker on this turn just to level Thresh and get procs for Nasus?
I guess there's potential for it. I like this play. I do like the feast into right. Yeah, I think you might be right, Blev. I think the caretaker on this
also use spear too.
It would turn on Black Spear. That could have been a really solid line. I mean, caretaker here, if there's Ruination, you
have the Thresh. You have another Thresh, right?
You have another Thresh. Yeah.
Okay, I like this.
We've gotten to a good spot. I think Floppy found a line that was really good. I don't know if it was the best, and also it was partially due to the fact that Trundle got developed, or else it never would have come to this. But he found a line that worked, and it does feel good now.
Right, and
there's Ruin. Second Thresh comes down.
Yeah, Thresh comes down, pulls Nasus. Isn't lethal, but
just about.
You have Atrocity with a leveled Nasus, which is nice. Okay, we are pulling the final Nasus here.
Yeah, from hand. Okay, but it is spell shielded, and you have Atrocity. I mean, it's still doable for Void, but this is kind of your best case.
It would need to be
Vile Feast Vengeance, right?
Vile Feast Vengeance, but then you just atrocity in response.
Right, but you would have to. So you need another answer as well. Is what I'm getting at, I guess.
Right.
Like you have, it's not just raw vengeance game is over or raw atrocity game is over.
Right. Yes.
There are answers that exist.
But the onus is on Void to put forth that answer first, not on Mudkip to cast the atrocity.
Correct.
Though, if there is another, okay,
Matron, now, okay, now you should be able to just rip atrocity.
Yeah, now you can just rip atrocity because there's just not enough mana. If there was another fading memories into, no, because you still. Would they have had enough? They maybe would have had enough mana if they had the third Fading Memories and Vile Feast and Vengeance and Lysandra. I think it was possible to play around that.
All right.
But didn't happen.
Didn't happen. Mudkip finds it. He finds a line that works. I'm sure somebody will at some point review that section of play and see what the optimal line would be.
Yeah.
Feels like something someone would, like a please don't hack me would do. Because I'm not sure what the optimal line was in that spot, but Mudkip found one that worked, found the victory, and it was well done. And now Mudkip has gotten Thrash Nexus out of the way, just has to win with Dragons, has 2 chances, gonna be going up against TLC once again, and then gonna have to potentially beat Ruben's Pile. Has to beat one of them with the Dragons deck, but has 2 potential chances.
Yeah, definitely going to need to do it. And the Dragons deck, again, it's such a... It is a strong deck, don't get me wrong, but it is very much... Its relative strength can fluctuate, right? I mean, Shyvana, just the whole, like, the dragon package outside of, like, Eclipse Dragon and Aurelion Soul is just kind of very mid-rangey, and that's not necessarily good against something like TLC, where unless you're beating it down, they don't care that you have an 8-8 or a 10-10, because your deck is gone. It just doesn't matter. So Mudkip, I think rightfully, Mudkip just knows they need to beat down here. So they're going to try their best to do that.
Yeah, starting out pretty strong, being able to play followers on 2 and 3, but unless we find a Shyvana, turn 4, gonna feel pretty rough for Mudkip. And it's triple Eclipse Dragon, so this is a little bit slow at this point. Blighted Ravine gonna come down, heal up a little bit. Doesn't actually clear anything on the board. It does set up for an Avalanche to actually gain some effect, though. Screeching Dragon gonna be the play on 5. If it's an Avalanche, you could go for a Sharp Sight to get a pretty big push of damage, but it's just a pass. Mudkip, ooh. Gonna hold back on some damage to eat mana instead.
I don't hate it, but I also can never bring myself to do that. It's just it hurts me in my soul, even though it very well could be correct. It hurts me to do it because now we are kind of at the same spot that we were at. We don't really want to develop into Ruination. We
we absolutely are just jamming Eclipse Dragons the rest
of the we have to.
It's like, no matter what Void does, our strategy has been a little bit played out for us if we are Mudkip, because...
No, don't do it. You can't pass up on 11 damage. There's no way.
I feel like the first time it didn't pay off, so clearly you got to try it again.
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah.
My heart.
Part of me feels like he's overthinking it a little bit. Dragons get some attacks, and I know it's like, the pass to eat mana. I know it's juicy, it's tempting.
I feel like that somewhere in the world, both Fresh Lobster and Rattling Bones are just giving an affirmative nod. They don't know why, but they're just giving an affirmative nod to these just absolute madman passes. I mean, all jokes aside, the advantage created from doing that is quite big. You know, Mudkip is able to develop all of this, and now it's the same situation as last game, right? Where it does put the onus on Void to actually do something. And Mudkip can set up a very strong attack and just start playing some bangers and potentially just get out ahead of Void now.
And now he's creating a bunch of Celestials. If he can actually find a way to level Cerulean, it would be insane, but the ping has me feeling that there's a Ruination. And I think it has Mudkip feeling the same, so we do see the open attack this time around.
Yep, that's a Ruination.
Actually does get some chip in this time. Ice Pillar first.
It's fine. Just, I mean, it really just opens up
a bait, I guess.
Yeah, Void doesn't really care about the pillar necessarily, so give Mudkip the opportunity to think that there's no ruination, even though they've been playing around it this whole game. Memories.
I mean, maybe Void's just straight up getting there.
Well, it won't actually get there because of the spell here. Mudkip is going to be able to kill a Watcher.
Yeah, 2 more 8 drops needed to be played before that Watcher is actually free to cast.
Well, I guess what does Mudkip do against Matron next turn?
I like this. This forces the rune 100% because you're threatening the Aurelian Soul level up.
Right. Now, if I guess we still have we still have a lot of mana, which is nice. I'm wondering, what are we able to? I guess we will have enough mana to go Supernova plus Hush, so that's good. If it is Matron into Watcher this turn, and it is.
Okay, so Supernova. And
probably Hush first. You Hush first, and then Supernova, the real one, plus Matron.
You've hushed already, actually, right?
What's that?
You would Hush first, and then you would destroy... Well, actually, no, because the Ephemeral will still kill it on the next turn. So I guess you can just go Matron.
Yeah, I think regardless, you're getting attacked you're getting attacked by an 11-17 this turn. So why not get rid of the one that will stick around?
Yeah, no, of course. I do agree with that. Yeah, no, I think I like your line the best. I like Hush. And then you destroy with the Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, you could get rid of both Watchers with the Supernova.
The second one is just, it's going to die from its Ephemeral on the next turn, though, anyway, right? So.
Right.
So it's not actually that big of a deal. It's just blocking your attack turn. But we do see...
Yeah, I'm curious what the logic behind this is.
Fading Memories, it doesn't even matter.
It just does.
Yeah, there was no win. There was no win.
Well, it turns out 3 Fading Memories is quite good for TLC, to the shock and surprise of literally no one. That's going to be it. And we are going Casa into a game number 3. I think this is one game. This was one game away from being maximum number of games played by Void today. There was 1-2-0 earlier, and that's it.
Yeah. 1-2-0 in the first round of the losers bracket. Since then, every set has gone the distance, and this grand finals has gone to the gone the distance. This one's for all the marbles, Blevins.
Yep. It certainly is. And this one, you know, I think the last game, TLC versus Dragons, the decks are kind of fighting on very different levels. TLC obviously very good into the late game, can set up those types of turns, whereas this is much more of a mid-range deck. I feel like the Ruben's Pile versus Dragons is a much fairer fight in terms of the power level of the decks overall. At least in terms of the angle that they're fighting from, which is like board control, damage based. Now, Dragon Guard Lieutenant coming out, gonna get Mystic shotted.
Yeah, there's probably consideration to single combat there to make sure that you just deal with the Zoe and not let as many star charts come through, but it seems like Mudkip likes the idea of potentially using those with Shyvana instead. Try and go for the level up. I think that would be what would be going through my head right now is like, okay, I've got this Shyvana in hand. I could probably go for a quicker level up, and that can create some very big advantages. Now there's a Moonglow. So
Yeah,
just
I think you go for
say, how about no to that one for Mudkip? And he's just going to go for the single combat from the blue buff. Does get excited. Might just, yeah, I think you just go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely go for this one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this
Overall, very
is,
good trades.
well, we're card for card now. 4 cards in hand for both players. But again, I think card for card, the power level of Mudkip's cards, at least at this point in the game, are going to be much higher. And also, the mana advantage is pretty nice as well.
Yeah, Screeching Dragon going to come down, utilizing the mana from the ramp. Challenge down on to the goat. It's going to be a Mystic to at least make it a trade.
Yeah,
but overall,
another
like
2 for 1.
The value is just heavily in favor of Floppy Mudkip.
Yep. Zoe will help recoup that a little bit.
Yeah, but there's still a Screeching Dragon, so we'll be able to answer once again, at least on the next turn. But Void does get 1 from the Zoe.
Yep, gets 1 star chart. Gonna draw some dragons first to see what we're looking at. Now, are we Screeching here, or are we Shyvana plus blue buffing here?
I think because we want to play Eclipse Dragon next turn, we Screeching here. So Screeching to kill the Zoe, but then we want to play Eclipse Dragon with Daybreak to set up for the turn 8 Aurelion.
Yep.
And this might just be over. This might just be done. Floppy Mudkip's got kind of the perfect curve now. Everything is falling into place.
We said that about the Thrash Nexus game in the previous set as well.
Sure did. And Vi is definitely a helpful pickup to an extent, being able to try and control some of the board. But right now, she doesn't actually contest either of these, other than it being a 1-for-1.
Yep.
And 8-mana Aurelion is going to come down. So it's a really big uphill battle for Void in this spot. We get a raw pass. But if Void passes back, yeah, he eats some mana, but Mudkip still gets to play an 8-mana Aurelion, pick things up.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously Mudkip did not want to play Aurelion into the Vi to get eaten. But that's okay. Gonna take that raw pass and just attack on their own terms. Get this trade, get an eat from the Eclipse Dragon. There's now 2 6-cost Celestials in hand. Or, you know, 4, 5, 6s, rather. Was it 3, 4? No, it's 4, 5, 6, right? Yes.
Yeah, for Zolari Priestess.
2 middle cost Celestials at the very least. And
yeah,
there's one of them.
Oh, I mean, that's a good thing for Void, right? Like, that's what you need.
Right.
But the problem is Mudkip is a Great Beyond and a Aurelion Soul, and you've got a cat in his submarine. it's not really a fair fight.
Not quite. We have a gigantic dragon being that is representative of everything unexplored in the entire universe, and you have a sentient cat inside of a submarine. Not really fair.
We'll see if Void can find a way out of this one, but not liking the odds. The dragon's just consuming the board.
Right. We're at 17. I mean, Aurelian Soul is threatening to level here as well, so the Void would need another Comet plus spell to proc Spell Shield.
Oh, Blevins, my brain just remembered.
Okay.
'Cause all day we've been just calling this deck Dragons, but I totally forgot that I agree. I told Hugs that we would call it Fast and the Furious because of the on all the dragons.
The Fast and the Furious. Okay.
Yeah, the Fast and the Furious. But of course, it still is just a Dragons deck, so you know it does make it a little bit easier to understand.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like Fast and the Furious, but only if we can call the Cytheria deck Double Dragons. Just putting it out there. Anyways. It's probably not. I bet Hugs knows Double Dragon. I bet.
He probably does. Probably does. But that it would just be confusing.
Oh, and there is a leveled Aurelian Soul.
And already Void has expended the resources to kill Aurelian. Like the Hush Comet already came down and there was just a second one available. So now all of these free Celestials get to be played down unless Void has an immediate answer to this Aurelian Soul. Iterative on to the Great Beyond. Certainly not the worst, and well...
how about a 2-mana counter to your 11 mana?
That is the best attempt.
Whew.
He tried his damnedest to get rid of that Aurelian.
I think using a Sharp Sight to counter an 11 mana Thermo Beam to kind of, get my cred back up with the Zoomers is a sheesh. There's really nothing else to be said there. I mean, let's be honest here.
No one in the office is going to believe that you threw out a sheesh before I did. It's incredible that it happened.
Luckily, it's on camera. So
it is on camera.
Yeah, absolutely. Back-breaking to say the least. And there is 22, 35, 45, 54 power attacking. And how about another one? 55 power, if my quick maths is correct.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't look like it is. 54 power, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, but we'll have to say, phenomenal day of games from Void. Losing in the first round, making the full run, even getting the bracket reset, but falls just short. However, Void will get another shot in next week's Fight Night as he did bring it all the way back to second place. But congratulations to Floppy Mudkip. It has been 4 sets in the grand final.
Yeah.
And finally takes a Fight Night victory. Yes, it was only over 2 weeks, but it was 4 sets. Both times being winner's side, both times being pushed to the limit. This time, actually going to be able to take that championship. Congratulations to Floppy.
Yeah, absolutely love to see it. Well played by both players, and there it is. The set there, Void with the bracket reset there.
Set one.
In set 1, and then set 2, Mudkip able to take it down, but not without a fight from Void. I mean, up until the last couple of turns, it was a very close game there, but multiple Aurelian Souls and, Sharp Sight stopping a 11 mana Thermo. Pretty good, but there you have it. Our full bracket from Fight Night tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. There it is. You can see just Void's big run through, but Mudkip, once again, just coming out the gate swinging, taking a full winner's run, and yes, faltering a little bit in the finals once again, but this time able to seal the deal. And Mudkip's been doing great in recent tournament history.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Worlds qualified twice over, once from ladder, once from top fouring the seasonal. Been able to, in these 2 fight nights, get second place and now first. Going to be coming back for another one in a row. Just really fantastic play from this top 3 player from Pokemon VGC.
Yeah. You love to see it. I mean, this is a Stan level run, which of course is legendary in the Fight Night lore.
There we go. I think we've got him. Mudkip, can you hear us?
Yep.
All right. Floppy Mudkip, congratulations on winning this week's fight night. I mean, back-to-back finals that you made it to, back-to-back getting pushed to the second set, but this time you're able to do it. I mean, how are you feeling after that?
Like, I just feel great. Like, after finishing top 4 at seasonals and then second at fight night last week, like, it feels really good to finally win.
Yeah, always nice to actually push past and get that W for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a little bit, Mudkip, about the game Slay versus TLC. There was a lot of patience, and originally we were questioning it, but it felt like it ended up being the right decision. And I just wanted to ask a little bit about your thought process as you were taking some of these passes in a matchup that traditionally you're the beat down, so you would want to take attacks when you can use the token. But we could see you were eating a lot of mana with these passes, and I was just wondering your thought process as you were going through that game.
So, against a deck like TLC, they, like, if you develop into them when they have full mana, it's going to be easy for them to punish you, right? And in all those spots where I took passes, like, I had a threat on the board, and for them to actually win the game, they have to spend mana, right? They have to develop Gondor, Lissandra, get the Pillar Matron, whatever. So, like, if you have a threat on the board, it's fine taking passes like that, because they aren't getting any closer to their win con, because they have to spend mana to that. And then when they spend their mana, you punish them.
Absolutely. Could not have worded that better. Thank you so much. That, I think people in chat are definitely going to be appreciating that insight in playing that matchup, because I think that was kind of a masterclass. There were a couple lines towards the end that were like, there were so many different paths you could have taken. The one you took led to a win, but I think that game as a whole was a really, really cool one to watch today. So, I mean, Blev, have you got any extra questions here for Mudkip?
Well, yeah, I mean, we gotta always have the classic. Is there anyone out in the community that you'd love to see or play against in Fight Night? Anyone you want to call out to play in a future Fight Night?
Yeah, I want to get Filthy Gamer Weeb on here. He's a fellow TF Fizz enjoyer, and I think it'll be a lot of fun to play against him.
Yeah, I actually don't know that we've had Filthy Gamer Weeb on, but he's someone.
G Dubber has been called out. I saw them in the chat earlier.
Yeah, he's been on our radar. We know he's a gamer. We know he's good.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a great call out. Let's we'll see if we can get him on a future Fight Night. Thank you so much, Floppy Mudkip, and congratulations on your victory. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, Blev.
Yep.
We have moved through the entire bracket. We have made it to the finals. We had yet another bracket reset involving Floppy Mudkip, but finally, he was able to come out on top. So that's gonna do it for us here. So from me, from Blev, from the rest of the crew, thank you so much to Stream Raiders. Shout out to them for sponsoring Fight Night this week, and I think a couple more weeks this month. We will see you all next time.